Hey everyone, and welcome back to another video. In this one, I'm going to show you how I built a completely full stack web application during a hackathon in about 16 hours. But this video is just about 6 hours long. So if you want to follow along and build a completely full stack application which includes Angular, NX Monorepo, NestJS, Prisma as an ORM for database, and MongoDB as the particular database for storing the data, as well as Firebase for real-time communication, this is going to be an insanely helpful video for you as a software engineer learning all of these crazy things all together. And when you have done all of this, you can add this particular application into your portfolio and show off to everyone else. Let's get started. We're going to create preset Angular nest. It's going to potentially ask us about the application name itself, and we could call it maybe memory game, and then we can go from there. Workspace name, it's going to be memory game workspace. We're going to use SAS for this one. Use NX Cloud? No, not exactly. So we do have NX generate setup Tailwind. Ooh, okay. You can specify collection specifically as follow. Okay. Interesting. I think we would just need to install this package. We're going to have to install this. And this is part of, I'm going to have to install this package as well. So first, once this is done, we're going to just open another tab or window. All right, finally, we got the workspace created. So we are going to say memory game workspace. We can open that, and then we should be able to run the following commands. I'm going to quickly go and set up the Tailwind project. So here we can say something like, first, I think we need to add this. That's what I think. So let's say we do, is it yarn or npm? It's npm I save dev, and then we have normal Angular setup Tailwind. As it does not contain a package JSON file. Okay, in that case, that means we should be able to run this command automatically, don't we? So if I do this, the project is called memory game. So it's called memory game, and then it should create a Tailwind config. There we go, which should come here exactly. All right, it has set the theme and other variables as well, so we're good there. Cool, awesome. So now I can just rook nx serve memory game, and then I should be able to start working on this one. And the API is here. We have app controller, app module, app service. I'm gonna have to see the documentation of next. So we got this here, and the app is running exactly at what? Localhost 4200. Okay, that's good. That's good. That's good. So localhost 4200. We got our app here. Message null. Great. Alrighty, so we need to be starting to do this. So we're going to essentially create the landing page, and inside we are going to have other pages as well. So let's begin with maybe error proxying request API connection refuse HTML error common system errors. Am I running a server? No, I'm not. Okay, I'm gonna have to see why that happens. So, oh, because I've not served the backend. Yes. So if we are running just npm start, then would it serve both of the things, or would it just serve the front end? But I would also have to run the backend itself, I think. So if I do nx serve API, I need to serve the API as well. And there we go. Welcome to API. Yay! And now I can probably go forward. Cool. So I got Tailwind as well. Let's just quickly check the app, memory game, source, app component HTML. And I can then try to add some classes here. So maybe class here would be bg purple this, right? And if I do this, then does my, oh, there we go. We got Tailwind working for us. So we have app here. Then we should also have, so we got app component. Inside that we should have something like nxg normal component, and then we could say something like our Angular module called landing, right? Maybe call this landing. And then we are going to say nxg component landing, and then we would say nxg module game. So we're gonna have this game module here, and inside, or actually nxg Can we do this? Module game. Ooh, nice. And then I can say NXGC game. And then, so we got a couple of things done. This is game. So all of this comes inside the game. We got winners. And I think finally we have a thank you screen, right? So thank you for playing, they say. So maybe we can say another module called thank you, NXG, thank you. And this is going to be a module. And then we are going to say NXG component, thank you. So we got all those components right here. Now we got module here as well. We don't have a routing module, so we are going to create a routing module as well. So we're going to create another component here. We're going to say app.routing. Or app-routing.module.ts. Here we are going to say import, or actually we are going to create a module just like this one, but with some different things. So we are going to create a module. So ng module is going to be there. Yeah, not going to import that. Declarations, not really. Then here we would have router module dot for route, and then we would have routes, and then we can create the routes here. So we can say const routes equals, and then we got the routes here. We also need to provide this here where we would have use hash equals to true. Now this route essentially would have a path and then a redirect to, yeah, we could also create welcome as well instead of landing. So let's create another module called welcome. Component welcome, and then we would redirect to welcome. For path welcome, we are going to say it's going to load children using welcome module. Very good. GitHub Copilot is amazing. Yeah, definitely it is. I don't think this is the right way though, because now it does it differently. So it's something like this. Yeah. I mean, yeah, GitHub Pilot. Yeah, exactly that. Then we have path, and then we have, yay, game module. And then we got path, thank you. And then we got, yay, let's go. And then if there's anything else, we just need to redirect to welcome. So now we got the routing module there. We're not going to bootstrap anything. We're gonna call this app routing module. I'm gonna save this guy here and then take it to the app module and then import the app routing module. Cool. And here, why does it say this is a red stuff? No Python called JSON. So now if I refresh, it takes me to where exactly? Oh yeah, we didn't give a full path match. We need to give the path match full. We just have to lead and the rest it handles. Exactly. Now it should take me to welcome. Yay, let's go. So we got the welcome page here. Welcome to memory game, blah, blah, blah. I think what we need to do is in the app component, instead of all this gibberish, we just need to have a router outlet. Isn't it a router outlet? It should be router outlet, right? Or is it ng outlet? It should be router outlet. Why does it say it's not router outlet? Is it because we need to import the common module? Oh, we need to export the router module. Ooh, yes. So we need to do router module. That's why. Got you. There we go. But we don't have any text. Why don't we have any text? We need to define each route inside as well. That's what we didn't do. So we need to define each route. So we're going to say const routes, and here we say path, and then we say component, welcome component, and then we define the imports here, and then we say something like router module for child routes, exactly this. And then we need to import this from Angular router, save this guy, and then it should appear. Yay, let's go. So we got that here. We're gonna have to do the same thing here. So we say something like const routes, please do it for me. And then I gotta remove all of this, and you forgot to import it. Apart from that, you're good. Similarly, we're gonna do the game, and the game itself is gonna be this as well. So we're gonna say const routes equals path, and then we're gonna say component and game component itself, and then we go here and we see exactly, and then we just import it from Angular router. Cool. So we got the routing working. We got welcome, thank you. It says thank you works. We say game. It says game works. Cool. All right. So we have the welcome page. So let's build the welcome page now. So the welcome page itself doesn't have any header. So it has all of this. So what we are going to do is we are going to keep something like this. So First of all, we need to add some sort of styles to the body itself. So sort of a CSS reset. So what we are going to do is we are going to go to our memory game, and inside our app, or actually style CSS, we are going to override some things here. So HTML body, I don't know what this is, but I'm not going to use it. So it's going to be width 100%, height 100%, margin 0, padding 0, and that's it. One more thing that I need to do is I need to set, or I need to use a Google font called Dongle. I really like it. Font Dongle. So I'm going to use that just like this. So I'm going to go and select this style, copy this, and use Dongle and sans serif as font family. So here I'm going to use font family, Dongle, sans serif. And then in the index.html, I'm going to add this link, and if I save now, yay, let's go. The font size is going to be, well, it's going to be 26 pixel. Yeah, I think this works. So let's implement the home page, and what we are going to do is, so we have a couple of things which are absolute and a couple of things which are centered, right? So what I want to do in this case is I do have a folder where I have saved all of my assets saved. So I'm going to actually copy these assets into our project. So I'm going to close all these files. I'm going to go to assets, reveal in file explorer, and then here I can go inside and say something like images. And then here we have this. So we have all those files here. Now notice this, that we have four things here. We have a background which has this color. This color itself is, so we're gonna extend our Tailwind CSS config, give the colors. So maybe we can just extend, no, not extend, but here we can say something like colors, and here we would have purple, and we are going to use this, right? So in this case, we can say that this background itself in the welcome page, it should be something like this. So welcome, and this welcome essentially should have a BG of purple. So if I do this, and I also should make sure that the host here is display block, right? And then we would also be making sure that this host has, or even this purple has a lot of things inside. So maybe we say something like, and then inside we got welcome, and then we say something like width 100%, height 100%, 100%, height 100%. So if we do this, we get the background. Yay, let's go. Now we add this element. So we have essentially 1, 2, 3 divs, and we have it centered. So let's say that this welcome is also a flex, and we have items center and justify center, and inside here we have a card, and this card has, would we have a grid for this one, or no? It should be something like a container. So a container which has a flex column, and it should have 3 different rows inside it, and then it would have three different rows. So one is gonna have a height of 1. Is it height property, right? It's height, right? Height 1. Then we got another div that has a height 1, and then we have another div that has a class of flex1, the yellow color, and then the last one, and this one has a gray. So maybe use BG yellow 500, maybe something. I don't have any other BGs. Ooh, that's not good. I accidentally overrode all of those. So maybe we just need to say something like this. Can I use my colors back, please? BG. There we go. So we should be using BG yellow 200 here, and we got BG gray. Let's use 300 here, and then this guy also should have a BG gray 300. All right. So if I open this, let's see what happens. It looks awful. No, it's gonna be H4. So we got height here. Then what is it called? Border. No, what did I write around it? TMD. No, it's not close. So it's gonna be LG. Yeah, this is much closer. And we also got border of 1 pixel. So it should be border black and border 1, I think. No, border 2, right? So we're gonna do this. Yay, let's go. We're doing so much better. So we got this guy here. Then inside we got this text here. So we're gonna add another text here. We're gonna call it text 2XL. It says, let's play the memory game. So let's actually write that. Let's play memory game. So if I save this now, we get this, but we need the color that we have. That's not really nice, or it's not actually the color of the game itself. So we're gonna pick the color. It's white. Are you kidding me? Are my eyes? I mean, this is white, right? But what is this? How is this white? It should be background white then. So BG white here as well, and BG gray there as well. So now it should be something like this. We're gonna make this a bit centered. So text center, right? So let's do that. We gotta change the text size or font size. So we have XL, maybe. So we have 7XL. Let's use 7XL and see how large this is. 7XL. 7XL. Let's go. Ooh, let's go. It's almost there, but it has some sort of good padding from the top and bottom, right? So we're gonna add that actually, and not just top and bottom, but also left and right. So maybe P4 is gonna be good. Yeah, I think it's good. I think it's good. And then we got this icon, and then yeah, this button here. So maybe we could just say some sort of button in there, right? So in this one, actually this one is going to be a flex, and then we're going to have an icon, and the icon is going to have a margin of 4. It's going to have this text or this chevron, so to say. Should we include font awesome? Yeah, let's use font awesome. We're going to use font awesome cdn font awesome. It's the beta version. We don't want the beta version. We want the non-beta version. So it's all min css. We're going to copy the link tag, go into our index.html and add font awesome because it's awesome. So we're gonna add this guy. Ooh, why is this not indented? My eyes. Okay, so font awesome. Let's go to font awesome icons. So chevron. So chevron left. And this is called, where is this? So yeah, copy HTML. Yes, please. Gonna use this guy right here. So once we do so, we get the icon. Yay! Why is this like this? So we shouldn't be having h1 here in this case. We got margin 4. Shouldn't it be something like padding 4? And that makes it much more. Notice that we also have a border around this guy as well. We're gonna have to set a border. This one is gonna have a border black, border left or x2, right? So we get the borders left and right, just like this. And now this final guy essentially should have border black as well. So border black, and then border bottom 2. It was rounded or border 2, then rounded bottom or BLG. So if I do so, yay, look at that, we almost got it. Now the problem is that it has a lot of margin or padding, so I need to remove this padding, the P4 from here, as you can see. And now it looks much more like it. Yay, awesome. So I'm gonna have to give this at least a padding of 2, but only the padding of X per se. So that would make it a bit nicer like this. We could also give this a padding top and bottom as well. So PY1 maybe, PY1. And for consistency, we should also have the same thing in this guy above. So it should essentially be the same thing. So if we do this, they should both look quite the same. Now we have to add some styles of some icons. So in the design, we have X, copy, and then minus. So copy and then minus. So let's quickly do that. So we're gonna add an I with FAS, copy? No, times. So we got this guy here, then we got this and this. So copy, and then we have minus. Oh, it's FAS. But then it's also gonna be text white. Yes, right? It's kind of text black, but let's make it text black. But then, oh, we are also using h1 here, so we got to remove h4 from here. So now it's like this. Then we got to have margin right of 2, something like this. Now this looks good. And now we got to have a button here. We're gonna call this BG. Oh, we also gotta have another color. I forgot. We could also use the yellow color, I mean, we're using yellow, but from Tailwind. So if we want to be fully compliant, we can just use this yellow color. We're gonna copy this guy and then extend this into our Tailwind config as yellow. And then also we have pink, not pink, but pink And the pink color is essentially this one. So we're going to copy this, go inside and paste this, save this. And then we should also be able to save this HTML file in which we are having a BG pink, rounded, border black. So if I do this, let's see what happens. Oh no, what happened? So we got our purple here, right? We got our white here, right? But then this one, why is it? Oh, because we are using BG yellow 200. We shouldn't be using 200. We should just use something like this. So inside here, we just need to say yellow. That should be good. All right, this guy is here. And I think finally what we need to do is to just add this here. So we say, let's go. All right. All right, this looks good. I'm gonna add a bit of padding here. Do we have a class called rounded full? Yeah. So I want that one. Yay, let's go. And we gotta have a px of like, so px of 8. This flex would also have items center. So we are not having them like this. All right. You see now they look better. And then this. All right. So we gotta have some margin towards the left of this one. So we're going to start from here. ML4 maybe. And then let's see. All right, we got some margin. Kind of looks like this one. Does have a bit of more margin, so let's bring it a bit more closer. Right. So I think this looks good. I would just want this to behave like a button, so maybe have some styles around. For example, this should have a cursor pointer just like this. So now you see that this has a pointer cursor. Then we gotta also have some styles for focus, or actually not focus but hover. So we are going to say hover PG or opacity something like 80%. So when we do so, it looks like this, right? You see there's a difference here. And now when we click, then we would move to the other page, right? Okay, this is a bit weird. So in this case, it should have sort of a max width per se. So maybe sizing, a max width, min width. So we have a max width of MD. Let's use that on the container itself. That would mean that I can just use this and then have this, right? But then that would also mean that on SM, we would have a max width of SM, something like this. So here, we got to make this responsive for sure. So if I have this, like, let's assume we have got this one. So in this case, we got huge. We're going to have actually the style something like this. Let's start from the beginning. So the container should have a max width of XS, but when we have, let's say, SM, MD, max width is going to be SM. When we have LG, the max width is going to be MD, and so forth. Now this means that we got this guy. Then if we go smaller, you see that we kind of shrink it. Then we go smaller and we shrink it, and then we shrink it to something like this. Now when we have the mobile resolution, which is XS, we also need some sort of margin around it. So when we have, let's say, XS, then we also have a margin X of 6. So something like this, and it doesn't do that. Why though? Let's quickly see. So this is the one, but then this is the one. So if I go beyond this one, this doesn't have a margin of something. Let me see. So XS, when we have XS, then this whole container is having no margin. Am I looking at the right one? Yeah, this is the one, right? Max width flags, blah, blah, blah. So this one has a container which has a width of 100%, but then maybe let's do this. We got a max or mx of 4, but then from SM, the margin x is 0. Let's do this instead. So here you see, now we got this margin, but if we move forward, then we don't need the margin anymore, right? So this is going to be the mobile screen. Let's play the memory game. We click this, it would take us to the route. All right, now all we need to do is to use router module here. We are already doing that, and here we just need to give this a router link. So router link, and here this should be game. So if I now click this, we go to game. Yay, let's go. So we got our first UI page completed where we have this one. So let's quickly add the images and then we should be done with that. So we got this one, this one, this one, and this one. So 4 of these images. So what we are going to do is that we are going to first give this a relative class, because we are going to essentially place everything else absolute around these ones. So these are the main containers, and now here are going to be the abstract images. So abstract images means we are going to have 4 different images, right? And the first one would be assets slash images slash shine that pink dot png, pink shine. Why do I keep writing ping here? So we got these 4 images. Let's see how they look. Yay! So you see those images now on the welcome page, and they look super weird. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to actually hide those, delete those for now. Just refreshing. All right, so we got those 4 images, right? What we are going to do is that we are going to give them some classes. So let's actually add those classes like this. We got class, we're gonna have width 10, height 10, and then absolute. And we are going to refresh now, save now, and you see that we got all of the images right here. Now we don't need these images here, but rather around the places. So let's see the first one, which is the shine one. So the shine is like left and top, somewhat around here, right? So what we are going to do is we are going to have these classes having, we're going to have a z1 or z10 here, and we are also going to give these classes relative because we are going against absolute in the other ones. So now this one would have a left, so the images now they're behind this, so I need to get behind this and see. So this image essentially should be having a left minus 20 pixel, right? You see that? So maybe also the width should be 20 or 30. I don't really know. Maybe width should be 20 or 30, 30. The left here could be an arbitrary value like 30 pixel. Let's see. So you see that coming out now? So it's not going to be 30 because the width and height is much more. So let's say the width is, how much is the width? 244. So it's going to be 122 then. So 122 pixel, and the top is also going to be minus 122 pixel, right? So let's save this now and see how this looks. Yay! So you see, it's kind of like that. Now we also need to rotate it a bit. So we're going to do rotate, transform, rotate. So we got this. It's rotate 45 degree. Is it 45 degree? It's not a 45 degree. So we're going to say rotate 45. So we are going to call this rotate. Is it 30? No. Do I have 30? No, I have 45 only. All right, so I'm going to use 45 here. That makes it like that. I think it's not perfect, but it's sort of good. I mean, the top is going to be exactly like this, but the left, maybe we could change that. The left, instead of 122, we could do 100 maybe. So it's something like this. No, it's actually a bit more outside. So 144, right? Something like this. 134. Now this one has a bottom of something and then a left of minus somethings as well. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take the yellow star and then have something like left of, maybe take the same value here, and bottom 2 or 10 maybe. Save this. Let's see. So it's kind of outside there, but not too much. So I'm going to actually raise the height and width of this, which means that it's going to be rather like 16 and 16, right? So it looks kind of similar now. And then we got the pink one, which is way towards the right side. So I'm actually going to do this. So I'm going to say top 10, and that kind of makes it like this. But then we also have to increase the width and height. So maybe we do a 30 and 30 in this case. Ooh, this looks nice. So I'm gonna actually change that to a 20 or a 25 and 25. No, it's gonna be 26 and 26. Is there something like 26 and 26? No, no, there is not. So wait, 24 maybe? Yeah, height 24. And then I can only go and change this towards having a right, which is a bit more. So maybe 154 pixels or something. And then it's a bit outside here. So height, or actually width, 24 means it's about how much? 154? No, it's 182 pixels. So 182, maybe 220 pixel. And the top is still 10. All right, so we got this in the view. And then finally we have this ring, which is around bottom right. So it's a ring, it's rotated as well. So it's ring yellow. It's gonna be a bottom. Let's use the same thing, but we're gonna have a bottom of 2. Okay, let's save this now. So we have something like this. We gotta change the right a bit, which is right should be just 2. Oh, it's gonna come up top. Okay, so z index is gonna be 20 here. So now that we got this guy here, we're gonna increase the width and height of this one, maybe 20 and 20. So it looks something bigger, right? It's actually a bit more bigger. So we're gonna probably use a 30 by 30. I hope it's not too, it's too bigger. And 26, right? It's gonna be something like this. Mm-hmm. No, 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 no. So it's gonna be 24 and 24. What? Why didn't it give me a 26 then? Is 26 not a class? No, it's not. Ooh, it's not. Interesting. Ooh, very interesting. We have a 26, but we don't have a 28. Now this one looks good. So we need to of change here, which means that it's going to be right is equal to 2 bottom minus minus 2 pixel, something like this. And it's not going to be actually 2, but rather like 20 or something. Yeah, so we're going to have to see what is the width of this guy. 182, right? So it's going to be rather minus 100 or 80 per se. So when we do 80, it comes like this, you see? And now we got to move this a bit right side as well. So it's going to be right 0 maybe. No, we got to move this to a bit right as well. So it's going to be probably the same like this. Yay, let's go. So now when we click this, it takes us to the game as well. And now we can think about the game logic itself. So if I go ahead and in the welcome component CSS, go ahead and try background color. And if I do this, then does it break? No, it doesn't. But then we are applying the HTML. Oh, okay. That's why. So in that case, we got this welcome class here. This should be right background. So background 40 pixel, 40 pixel. I save this and I don't get it in still, which means I'm doing something something more, which is not cool. So we got the linear background, which is good. Then if I do a display of none here, okay, exactly, then that's the pattern that we are looking at. So we got the background here, background size here. Okay, the width and the height and the position, top, left, overflow, hidden, z index, and margin. Okay, so if I refresh this, I still get one of these. Does that mean that I need to give this guy actually here? So it's exact same result. Oh, okay, let's see. So this is the memory game that we have. We give this a background color of linear gradient 90-degree with RGB at this. Then what if I don't want to give all of this and just this? Then what would happen in that case? We wouldn't have any background because we have just one linear gradient, right? Exactly. So then we have transparent 20 pixel. Then we got the other ones. So we're going to go ahead and just use this guy here, right? So this is this one. We do have the background size, which is 40 pixel, 40 pixel, repeat, repeat, size. Interesting. How do they have property named background size here, which is 40 pixel, 40 pixel? This is because of the position absolute. Okay, so 3 blah blah blah. So it essentially adds just the class in the and then removes it, but otherwise it's quite the same. All right, I gotta check this out. So CSS background patterns, magic pattern. So we have something like this. Exactly, something like this. Boxes. Copy CSS code, preview pattern, noise. So we need something like this. Cross. Nice. So how do we apply this? Let's see. So we got opacity 8, then background image is essentially a linear gradient. Okay, the one I was checking was that a background image as well. There we go. We got that. But then what we have is essentially a difference in color. So we do need the color. So we do need this color, which is essentially the purple color. So we're going to grab it from here, the purple color. And then we are going to essentially add that in the style.css here. And then we can define the root variables here as well. So root, and then here we have purple, and then we can use that in our CSS. So here we can say this is going to be essentially a gray color. So I'm going to use that just like this. This is the color, which is a gray color. So we also have background gray. So here we got transparent to the right. Interesting. So it's going to be this, I think, and then this. And if I save now, I get something like this. But then finally, no, this is not accurate. So instead of the purple ones or the purple lines, we should have the gray one. I'm not getting the gray one yet. But anyways, this purple color, if we add this as a background, then I think that would start making more sense. So if I do this, then let's see what happens. Right, so we got something. I mean, we got the color, but it's not exactly like what we want here. So if I move here, this is the color I'm looking for. Let's quickly pick this guy, something like this. And then we got this guy, but it's kind of like the same. Yeah, it's much better, I think. What about the boxes? Shouldn't they be maybe not, maybe a bit bigger? Add a 30 pixel. Yeah, now I think this looks good. Is this a text? Is this text vertically centered? I don't think so. So we're gonna do that. Close this. All right, so we're gonna go inside our welcome home here, and then in the button, we're essentially going to add another text center. Let's go, and here we also need to give now this flex. So we can essentially say flex and then items center. Yeah, I'm tripping. I think it's good. Good. So all I need to do is just click this and it goes to the game page. And if I kind of move this like this, we still have those images, right? You see those? At least these two. And I think we're good. Cool. So we got some pages for the rounds. We got some icons here as well. Should we have multiple rounds in there? Maybe yes. Round 1, then we got round 2, then we got round 3, which is a bit more. And then we have this, like round 2 scoreboard, round 1 scoreboard. One of the things that I know now is we got to create sort of a mix-in for this linear background, so we can reuse this everywhere. So I was talking about this welcome component, which has some style. So instead of like having this, we could have a mix-in that we can create. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to go to the source folder here. I'm going to create a styles folder. And then inside here, we could have a CSS file. So we can say something like game.scss. And inside here, we could have a file called mixins.scss, right? And here we can import. We have this background for which we are going to import the file mixins, right? And this game.scss, we are going to import that inside styles. So we're going to just say import, and then we can say something like styles game. So we are importing our game.scss file. And here we're going to create a mixin. The mixin that we are going to create is gonna have these styles essentially. So a mixin essentially is a CSS function which can accept arguments and then can return something. So we can say something like mixin. Here the name would be background tiles, right? And here we can have this sort of background. Now we have a couple of things here. In this one, we should have PG color and then border color, right? And I'm gonna actually copy these and should also have some sort of tile size. And tile size is gonna be 30 pixel by default. Actually, it is defined like this. So we're gonna save this and we are going to first go into welcome. And here we are going to import. So I can do something like include here, right? And then I can say background tiles shouldn't be purple. And then it's 30 pixel. I don't need to provide 30 pixel, but you can see the GitHub Copilot is doing an amazing job here. So what I'm missing here is in the mixins, we have these two colors. One is exactly the purple. So we're going to use this guy as the border color, just like this. And I think we should be good. So if I just do this, our welcome page should still have the borders. All right, so we got the mixin here, which means that now we can use the same mixin with different colors in different pages. So I'm going to actually take all of these styles, go inside game, and in the game component in the SCSS file, I'm going to paste this. But now we have a different situation in the design here. So in the game itself, when we are playing the game, you see that it's white and it's a bit gray. So I'm going to actually zoom in a bit and get the color out of it. So I know that the color here is white. This guy is a bit grayish. So FA, FA, F4, F4. I'm going to probably pick the center one. F4, F4, F4. So I'm going to actually use those colors here. So I'm going to say FFF here. So here, if I save this, when we go to the game, yay, let's go. You see them working. But the problem I see is that it's kind of reversed. So it should rather be in the mixins, it should be like border color and BG color. So border color and BG color. So yeah, now it looks more like it. Similarly, this one looks good as well. Let's go. And it looks like what we wanted. All right, so we got this one and we got this guy here as well. Are we going to use the same component anywhere else? And then we would like to replicate this. We have this here, right? So it's kind of the same thing. Maybe we should replicate it. Let's create a component out of it. So we got header here, then we got this particular chunk here, and then we have round 1 as it says. So that means we are going to be showing round 1 in the game page, and then we are going to show this guy here. Then we are going to show the scoreboard, and then we have round 2, then game, then scoreboard. Should we have multiple pages for this? Or should we have a single page that contains all of this logic? Maybe we should have multiple pages. Let's create a different sort of structure for this whole game scenario, right? So we are going to create a new module here, stuff like this. So ngg, so we are going to create a component, and inside the game, we're going to have a round component, and inside there, we would also have another component called scoreboard. We show the round one, then we show the round itself, and then we have the scoreboard, right? So we're going to be doing exactly the same thing. So we created the round component, and then we got the scoreboard. Now notice that inside the game folder, we got scoreboard and round, and we're going to now create the routes for these ones. So by default, when we go to homepage, we show the game component, right? But inside this game, we're going to have, instead of GameWorks, we're going to have a router outlet, and inside we're going to have a couple of components. So we do have the game component here, but then we are going to have children here, right? And inside here we have path. If the path is this one, then we should have path match full. Then we redirect to round/1. Okay. And then we have another path here, or then we have path round. And then the component is round component. Thank you so much, GitHub Copilot. We already have this one. Similarly, we're going to have path, scoreboard, and then we're going to show the scoreboard here as well. Now, I think we should also have round, and then scoreboard, right? So here, now that we have set all of these, let's check it out in the case of routing. So here you see that if I go to homepage, it says welcome. So if I say let's go, it goes to game round 1. And if I go to round 1/scoreboard, you see scoreboard. All right, so we gotta say round one, round two, and round three. Okay, round one is like this, round two is like this, and round three is like this one. When we are creating this, I think we should also have some sort of components folder. Let's create another component. We're gonna call this NXG component game, and then components, and then we can call this round, maybe round title. So we got rid of the game round now, and now we are going to create the component round splash screen. So let's create that. So we got round splash screen here, and by default we are going to use that inside the round component. So we are going to essentially use app round splash screen, right? Let's save this guy and see if this works. We don't have any selector. Oh, so we got memory game workspace. Oh, okay. Now that is too much. So what I need to do is change all of this inside apps. Then we got memory game. So we got prefix, ESLint, and then we got all of this as well. So we're going to change this to replace to MG or memory game, which is I think much more easier to say compared to whatever it was. Because I don't want to write all of that. So it's going to be now MG splash screen or MG round splash screen, right? This is much better in my personal and humble opinion. No, it changed this as well. Where did this change? It's app component.ts, app component.ts. So it's going to be this guy, and I'm going to fix this guy. I think we should be good. Ooh, hacker man. So you see round splash screen works here. We're going to change it now to match our design. So this is going to be something like this. Means it's going to have this yellow color. So I'm actually going to say that this component itself takes the round splash screen component. So it's going to have a host selector, and then it's going to have a couple of things here. So I'm going to actually take it from here, kind of make it just like this. Now it's going to be one more. This guy should have the variable yellow, which we don't have at the moment. So what we should have is in the Tailwind CSS, Tailwind config.css, we got our yellow and pink here. So I'm going to create these three variables in a file that we can use everywhere. So inside this styles folder, I'm going to create another file. I'm going to call it variables.scss, and inside here we can define the CSS variables. So something like this: purple, yellow, pink. And then we just need to import this. The way it should work, this round splash screen, it should have essentially background tiles, but this one is going to be or var something like this. And also let me have a look at this one now. So this guy should have, and is every round having the yellow screen? No, one has a pink, one has yellow. So MG round splash screen is this one. So this guy is here. This is the splash screen. This is using F4, F4, F4. The var yellow is not being applied here. I'm gonna have import styles variables. So in this case, we are gonna actually take use of yellow. I'm gonna give this guy. Then we got purple, which is gonna be this one. Then we got pink. Pink is this guy, and then we can use the yellow one. So gotta fix this guy, this guy, this guy, and we are good. Now this looks a bit weird, and that is because we need to give this a bit different color, which is something like this. So we could say something like yellow border, and then, I mean, it looks super close. Should there be something else? So we're gonna use the yellow border, and now splash screen here should be, we have one image top left, one image top or bottom right. So we're gonna essentially say something like position is gonna be relative, and then we don't have welcome here, but we would have sort of absolute. Then we're gonna give this an image with source. So the image is gonna be assets, images, and then I think there's a white corners.png. We don't have a source set yet, so we're gonna say top left corner asset. So let's see. So we got inside app or assets, we have images, and then it's like white. So we got this guy. Then we also have, or we could actually just give this guy the class absolute, take this guy out from here. Then we also have this Let's save this and see what happens. So you see we got two images right there. One is gonna have width, or actually we can give both of them width 24, height 24, something like this. Then we got the top 0 and left 0. This one is gonna have a bottom 0, right 0. So we do something like this. Then we got to rotate this. So this one is gonna be 90-degree. So we say rotate 90, save this guy. You see it's working. Now this one is gonna have 90, 180, 270. Is it minus rotate 90? So we got these covered up. It looks like minus left 2 maybe, right? And minus top 2 as well. Maybe 1, I don't really know. So it's gonna be minus bottom 1, minus right 1. Now that we've got this, we gotta have this centered object. So we did have a similar thing in, so I'm gonna actually copy this. I mean, I could have created a component out of it, and I'm getting the urges to make this a reusable component. And let's see where this is being used. Now, the thing is, this one is a bit smaller, this one is a bit larger. I'm not gonna create it. Probably gonna create it inside the game library because it's being reused in a couple of places. Or maybe no, because it's in the round one only. So then you gotta have this welcome flags, item center, flags, item center, justify center, and then we got this guy. So if I do this, this one or this should have a width full and height full. So it becomes something like this. Then all I need to do is to use something different here, which means that I'm gonna be using the names here. So I'm gonna be having some inputs. So what does it say? So we have round 1 or the title itself, then round 2 and round 3. So we're gonna have input, title, and that is it. By default, let's call it memory game. So we're gonna go here and then use this title, and then we got it here, right? We don't need the footer. So I'm gonna remove this. I'm gonna also format this. All right, so we did have the background border x2. So we should have border x2 and then also border b2, right? So we're gonna have this as this guy, but it's rounded. So we gotta have it changed. So we're gonna have this rounded LG or rounded BLG per se. So we got round here or this pink one. So we're gonna actually switch between these two, right? Let's do this. We're gonna switch between these two. So we have one situation where we have justify center and whatnot. Then we have this card, right? And it has relative. So we're gonna add one more here. So we're gonna add an absolute here. We're gonna say this is going to be width 20, height 20. It's not going to be the div itself, it's going to be an image. So we're going to say image, and then we have assets, images, and then we have star purple dot png, and then we have purple star, and then we have class this, right? So if I do this, should I start seeing things or am I mistaken the name? So it's ring yellow, flower purple, star purple dot png. Star purple dot png is the one, right? So we got width 20, height 20, absolute. Why don't I have my image? Oh, because it's going behind it, maybe that's why. So we gotta have a z index, right? If I do this, yay, let's go. So it's gonna be above it in the center. So we're gonna give this 0 and left 0 and right 0, left 0, right 0, top or minus top 4, right? Let's do this and see what happens. So it took it there. If we give this a margin 0 auto, it becomes in the center. We then have the minus top. We got to adjust that. So we need to say m auto, right? And then the top could be like 40. Let's do this and see. No, too much. So we're gonna maybe give this a, and then we got to have a top 20. Save this. And now this looks something like this. I could also give this like my personal, because I want it to be something like this, right? So I could get this either accurately or play around with this until I get what I want. So it looks like exactly what we have. So we got this guy here. We're gonna have the color. This is gonna be BG pink. So now this looks much like what we want. Okay, we're gonna have round 2. We're gonna have round 3. So I think this looks good to me. So we have one thing here, which is this asterisk, and then we have this as well as round 2. Maybe we could change the background itself. I mean, this whole style. So in that case, we got this. I mean, it would be so much easier if I could apply all of this on the host itself. This background linear, blah, blah, blah. All of this is going right there. See, so if I want to say that we have a host binding, all right, I'm going to import this and then background image, and we say white in that case, let's say. So would I get it every time? And it returns white in that case. So we get the background color white, right? But if I do background image, that doesn't do it. Why? It wouldn't do it this way, of course, because it should be background image. But then I would be copying this guy here. So if I do something like return, and if I do this, then do I get it? Cool. So that would mean that I can have some sort of styles here. I could have something like const background colors, and then or background images per se. And in one of those I have this, right? And then the second one is this, but that one essentially has something different. So that would mean that I'm going to be using, I don't like it, but it seems okay to me for now. So we're going to use the pink one, which is this one. So we got this guy, we do a math dot random, kind of, yes. So if it's greater than, then we use background images dot 0, or we could also do something like background images, and then we could do math dot random, something like this. So if I do this, then we get these styles, and now we got the purple one, right? And I made a mistake by changing this color, so it's going to be this here. This is going to change to this, but this is going to be still this, I think, pink, and sometimes it's yellow. So it's going to be different each time. And that means when it's purple, we need to see what is the color that lies behind here. So this color is going to be this. I'm going to go ahead and change these colors to these. And now we have a better version of it, right? So when we have this situation, then we also would, and now I'm thinking, because when we have this, then we also should be having a relevant color for this. So it would be either BG pink or BG yellow. So maybe we also need to give another class here. So maybe we could say card header class. It is going to be nothing by default, I think. And does it change every time? I mean, change often. So if I go and click and if I press something, is it going to change everything? Because I'm clicking here, going here and there. Still, I don't see a problem in this case, right? And you see this scroll here, that's a problem. So we need to make sure that this is sort of a scroll hidden. Do you see what I mean? So this whole is going to be changing to having an overflow hidden. Now we don't have the scroll, so we don't need the scroll in that case. So we're going to change that. We're going to go to our host. Inside here we have overflow hidden, right? So that was one thing. And here we also have another thing called card header class. So we do get this guy here, and then we go ahead and save this as well. And now we do some magic. So here we will have two things. One, we're gonna have the background color, and then the card header class. So since this is gonna be pink, then it's gonna be BG pink. The second one, although, is gonna have a background color of this, and then it's gonna be card header class BG yellow. Right now, instead of doing all of this, we're gonna take the index. So we're gonna first find out the index. So we're gonna say something like const random index equals this, and then we say background images random index dot background color, and then here we also say this dot card header class equals this guy dot card header class. And now let's see. So when we have yellow background, we get the pink one. When we have the pink background, we get the yellow one. So we got quite a lot of magic going on there. Why is this not? Shouldn't this have an overflow hidden? And that means we're gonna change this overflow hidden to actually this guy. So now no particular scrolls. If I refresh, we get pink sometimes, but we should also get yellow sometimes. We see the change. Okay. So now what I need to do is to start this one by default when we go to round page. Okay, here, and then we need to show the main game or the game itself. So here we are going to essentially first go ahead and say show splash screen or splash visible equals true. Then in the ng on init we do this dot splash visible equals to true, or something like this dot show splash if applicable, right? So we say show splash if applicable, and then we just run this to true, and then we do a set timeout 3 seconds, and when we do splash visible equals false, and then we do this. So we have a game round code. So we say something like container, and then we do something like ng if not splash visible else splash. Now we need to create an ng template here. This ng template is going to have the variable name splash and this. So let's see what happens. 1, 2, 3, right? So here we can have a text 7xl. We say game here. Let's see this again. So in some of the cases, we're going to stop the user from refreshing. For example, this one is going to have a timer, right? So if the user has already started his timer, when the user refreshes, we will not show this thing here. Okay. One of the things that we need to do is to pass this round name, right? So here in this round component, we're going to get the router, private router itself, or activated route. So route activated. What we need to do here is that we need to say this is round 1 when we refresh this. So then what we can do is we can say round splash title equals this, and then we also need to pass it here. So it has a title attribute, so we can say round splash title. Okay, and now here we can get it, and then we can change it. So here we can say something like not title, but it's I think round. It's called round, or is it something else? It's not data params map. I think it's param map. Isn't it this, or is it from router itself? Private router, and if we do this route dot, is it params? But it's exactly not that. It's pipe again. So route dot snapshot dot params dot get, and here we have the round string null. Okay, yeah. So this is going to be either this or that. So when we get this, you see now we got 1 here. So it's getting the parameter from top and then kind of aligning to it. So then we can say something like const round number equals this, and then if we have round number, then we do this round number, else we say empty string. We got round 1. So we got round 1 here. If I go to round 2, let's see what happens. So you see round 2 shows round 2, round 1 shows round 1. But the fun thing is it doesn't change the component itself when we change the route. I think we're going to stop here. We're going to look into, we're going to push this code. We're going to stop here. So we do have the game itself. So we start here. Let's play a memory game. We go here. Then we have the round 1, and then we go into the game. Similarly, if I have a round 2, then we also do that. I should also probably just have, maybe just do this dot route dot paramap dot subscribe, but we are also going to do a take while. So take while, yeah, we could do that, and then we can say something like subscribe. Then we got params here, and then we just need to pass this and also do this, right? So we get the round number. Then we also have the splash title here. I'm going to remove this from the constructor itself. We could have just used params.get round. Let's see. So we got this. And then if I change to this, all right, now you see that we change it when the parameters change. So instead of doing it one time in the constructor, we are now subscribing to round component.ts. So we are subscribing to this, which means that every time we change the param, it's going to trigger that function. You see that it kind of came here, then went inside, then here it made this visible. So we see that, and now the splash visible is gone. Similarly, if I change this to round 2, it's gonna go inside, show that, and now we disable it. Cool, cool, cool. Awesome. So we got now our game ready. So one of the things that I really need is we do have the designs for the game themselves, but then we also have the players that play. We don't want to allow people to join in the game, so we have to decide where we would keep the data. Then wherever we are saying memory game, we can change that to flashback. Let's play the memory game. We could also call that. Let's see. So let's call it flashback in that case. And we would also have memory game written somewhere. We're gonna be changing that to flashback. Let's refresh this. So we do let's go, and then we go into the round itself. And then we have the game itself. So we are going to call this flashback. Continue. Okay, select an account. Yes, please. Create a project. First, we need to do something, and that is we need to have a sort of a create game or a new game, right? We should create an invite, and then that invite can be joined by multiple people. So let's quickly do that. I'm going to be looking at NestJS, Prisma, MongoDB. Should we be using Prisma? Okay. MongoDB, Prisma, TypeScript, save dev, npx Prisma init, but then connecting your database. All right. So we need to do a couple of things. First of all, we need to, so TypeScript already there, types node is already there. Prisma is something that we don't have it yet. So we can quickly go ahead into our app, and then we can just install Prisma. What are we using, yarn or npm? Npm I save Prisma API interfaces. Okay, well, the code is super weird, but or at least the directory structure. So we do npx Prisma unit, create it at Prisma. You can open it in your favorite editor. Alrighty then, so we're gonna go to Prisma, schema.prisma. So we're gonna say MongoDB, and then we need to give the env database URL, and the env file is here exactly. And now I think we can look into how to connect with Prisma. Database URL in the env file, point out to existing database, then getting started, set the provider for data source block to match your data, and then it also said something about db pull or something. Let's quickly get this out of the way, and then we connect our database, and then creating the Prisma schema, that we do it just like this with the MongoDB schema. All right, so there are going to be a lot of things right here, and then we install the Prisma client. So Prisma examples, do they have MongoDB? Databases, MongoDB, there we go. And they do have an example here. Okay, so in this one we got a Docker compose. So they get something, MongoDB username, Prisma, blah blah blah. Then they start with Prisma itself, and it has a schema.prisma where they have MongoDB database URL. I mean, should we be using Prisma? Should we be using Mongoose? Let's try Prisma for now. So schema.prisma is having the data source DB, Prisma client JS, and preview features MongoDB. And I need to add this guy here as well. So user would have an ID, then a created ad, first name, last name, email, or actually this would be name, string, and then post. I don't think we're gonna have post, but we're gonna have like games. So we would have a game, and each game is gonna have an ID, gonna have a created date, gonna have a title, but let's say it's going to have a winner. That's gonna be user. It's also going to have, which is going to be this references ID. It's gonna be one winner, right? Gonna be views as well. If someone else comes in and checks the score, I'm not sure if there should be views for that game. No, I don't think so. But we should have something like participants and Prisma.js. So Prisma.js, do they have an array? Yeah, the array. So here we should have participants. That's going to be a user type, just like this. So now I'm not really sure. The fields is winner ID, and here we don't specify any relation, right? And then should we have a user's posts? No, right? Because each game has its own posts, so we don't probably need this. We don't probably need this. Participants should be users, right? And then if I do this, then it says relation. So when we have participants, error validating field participant in model game, the relation field participants on model game is missing an opposite relation field on the model user. Oh, okay. Then that's this one. But then the field itself is going to be author ID. No. So it references the ID, the winner ID itself. I don't really know if the fields should be there. So references ID. I need to see Prisma documentation as well on how they cater this. So Prisma docs. So we got MongoDB preview features, MongoDB, blah blah blah. So a field, any field almost any scalar field that maps to an object ID in the underlying database. So ID, string generated, user parts, okay, creating an object ID. So I'm working on this game, participating in the hackathon, which I joined quite late. It's ending tomorrow. So I'm gonna see how long I go for. So it's gonna be a game that you can play with like multiple people, and sort of a memory game. So you would have all these tiles, you flip those, you kind of try to remember what you saw, and you kind of match those tiles together. So I'm using MongoDB right now for this, and I'm using NX repository for the whole monorepo thing. So I'm looking into the documentation of Prisma. So we got schema.prisma right there. We're gonna take a look at the examples here. So we got create user, the create user essentially. So we do need to install Prisma client, of course, which we did not so far. Let's quickly go ahead and add that. I know we don't need to use the save anymore, but I think I have developed a habit of it. Alrighty, so I was looking at the example of creating a user. So I'm gonna go ahead and go to my API app. I'm looking at the first time. I'm just gonna write some shitty code here for sure. So we got our service here. We got a controller here. So let's quickly put this code into the service itself. So we're gonna be importing the Prisma client. So we are doing a new Prisma client. All right, that's fine. Then we have a main function here, and then we do this await. So I'm gonna actually take this guy out here, and then it says call main. So it calls main, and then it essentially disconnects it in the end. So it's using main catch finally, and then disconnect. What I'm not understanding is that do you do this? Okay, they probably just call this function and then disconnect it at the end. All right. So what we want to do here is we probably don't want to disconnect, and we gotta go and check these folks out. So create a new function. We're gonna just say something like create user right there, and we also should be having, we don't have the email, so we could just say name here, Muhammad. Ahsan, and we can say MongoDB at example.com, and we got don't have Hannah here, we have Ahsan here, and then finally we return this variable from here. Actually, we're not returning, but we should be returning Ahsan from here. All right, so we call the create user function, and we should be able to just get this running. Now let's create this function with post, and we're going to be using NestJS post decorator, and then we say create user GitHub Copilot. Thank you so much for helping me out here. Makes things faster. Alrighty, so we do create user, and then we send the data back. Do we need to do anything else apart from this? So we set up our Prisma thingy. We do have our connection string right there. We're using the Prisma client as we have in the GitHub example. Quickly gonna go and see if there's anything that I need to run. And when you have package.json, what do you do? The script create user, it essentially runs TS node. Okay, so it just runs the function. It seems good to me. All right, so I'm gonna run NX serve API, and then we're gonna use Insomnia to just do a call, and we'll quickly see if that works out for us. Insomnia create request collection flashback, create a new request. We say create user. This is just something random that I'm just trying to create for now. So it's going to be, where do we run our NestJS application? Is it debugger is here, 33/API. So we're going to just do a random JSON. I think we're not doing anything with the JSON ourselves. Yeah, we're not getting the request, so we don't even need the JSON. So if I do this, what happens? So we got our data, and I need to now see in my collections if I can find the data. Come on, Atlas, come on. Browse collections. Hey, we got the user here. Let's go. So I'm gonna delete this guy, and now let's talk about creating this functionality. So what I'm gonna do is I don't really know how NestJS structure works, but I'm gonna probably create some things, or see NestJS documentation maybe. NestJS. Do they have a CLI like Angular? Do they have a CLI? They do have a CLI. Ooh, look at that. So we got NestJS CLI, Nest Generate Help. Ooh, let's go. They are highly inspired from Angular, that means. All right, so I'm gonna open another one. So I'm gonna quickly go ahead, and then we have Nest Generate Help. So we are going to see Nest Generate Help. So essentially we need to create another route, right? So we need a application class, configurator, controller, decorator. Do we have service as well? Yes, we have. When we have a game developed, we would require its CRUD. So can we start with CRUD? And do they also have a schematic? Yeah, they do. So that means I can run. So nest generate resource, and we can run with dry run plural eg. So it's going to be games, REST API, GraphQL, microservices, webhook, WebSockets. Microservice? No. REST API. Credit entry points? Yes, please. So what happened was, inside the source games, we have all the controllers, then we have DTO as well created, updated, and then entities and game entity and whatnot. Okay, that's good. So I'm gonna remove this. But do we have a DTO for app? I don't think so. Or should I use NX generate? So NX Nest API. Let's plug in. How do we generate? Yeah, there we have it. So we have application, because I'm in NX workspace, so I'm thinking, should I be using generate library commands, nest generators? The source root flag should be used for all nest generation. Okay, so that means I'm gonna actually remove this and maybe try and degenerate, and then resource, and then source root. Source root is, what is it? Apps API, something like that, right? No, we should also run this with dry run, so I'm sure what I'm doing. REST API, yes. Source root is not found in the schema. Did I mess it up? No, it looks like source root. Did I mess it up? No, it looks good to me. source root. Oh, it should be apps API. No. Is it like this? Source, dry run, or am I doing some stupidity and not doing? No, no, my. Remove this guy, open this guy. Source root, dry run, games, REST API, blah blah blah. It says not found in the schema. That's weird. Why don't I need? I don't know. Let's say we run with dry run only. Games, yes, yes. So, memory game, no, no, that's not what I'm thinking of. Is it project rather? Project API games. So that means it's creating it inside source slash games. Does it also create a module for this one? Yeah, it does. All right, all right. So we don't need this guy. So we're gonna call this games, REST API, true. And now I should be able to just, I'm probably not gonna be using this guy because how is it linked to the app module is bootstrap, right? And then we need to import that inside. No, I'm gonna remove this. Sorry. Yeah, I'm probably gonna remove this and also call this. Let me have a look at it. And if I run this with nest CLI, project structure, default compiler, nest build, nest start, okay. Workspaces, nest new my project, then it has source inside, and then that's that, okay. Then we got my project, app controller, okay. Workspace project, yes, yes, yes. Libraries, CLI properties, okay. Collection, source root, global options, okay. Cool. So if I need to create a new one, CRUD generator, so it goes inside source users module, okay. But then also updates the app module, which is important. This is important, I think, because the update of app module should actually import the other modules. So that's what we need to take care of. Or we could do something like RM RF. Did it update the module to include game module? No, right? It didn't. So in that case, first of all, I need to add VS Code as well. All right, let me see. So VS Code is what I've got. Then I got also Prisma, and then some other stuff as well. Let's actually save this state. Emoji C added Prisma MongoDB connection. Push. So now if I run, can I give this a path? I mean, if I'm running nest CRUD generator, can I give this a path? Let's say I do nest generate resource and help. Okay, so this will let me at least know the project. Okay, then spec, no need to say spec. And if I do this directory, and it's called app, this should be games. So if I do this, would it generate it? So API source app games, exactly, this is what I wanted because we want this update to happen as well. Yay, let's go. Let's remove dry run. So we are using the API directory app games, and then we run it. Cool, cool, cool. So now we got this inside our games folder. We got game service, create game DTO, adds a new game, find all, find one, update, remove. That's good. So we're gonna start creating a game, and then we are going to give this a random URL, a random 6-digit UUID, and make it run. Right? Then anyone can join that game, and then we can get started. So this game DTO should have What is this? NestJS map types. Game I save. When we create the game, do we invite anyone? No. I think we should be just saying that this is a new game and that's it, right? So if I open this file again, this should be fixed. No, it's not. That's sad. Interesting. All right. So to create game DTO, this has to have. How do we connect that with Prisma? So the thing is, the Prisma thingy that we have, do we need to generate user and Prisma from Prisma client? We created a Prisma file, then install and generate Prisma client. So we do npm install Prisma client, then we need to run Prisma generate or node modules pins Prisma generate, right? You can now start using Prisma client in your code, reference blah blah blah. Prisma equals to new Prisma client. Okay, that's good. So then we can import Prisma client, then we extend the service or service with this one, and then when setting up your NestJS application, you want to abstract away the Prisma client API for database queries within service. To get started, you can create a new Prisma service that take care of instantiating the Prisma client and connecting to your database. Okay. Inside the source directory, create a new file called prisma.service.ts and then add the following code to it. Okay. So in the source directory, we need to add a new file called prisma.service. So in this one, we are doing this. Note all module init is optional. You leave it out. Prisma can release it on the first call to the database. Won't bother. Okay, that sounds good. Next, you can use write services that you can use the make database call. Okay, so in this case, we are adding the Prisma service, and then we get the user from Prisma. We have a create user, so we're gonna copy this one. Let's go to games. It's gonna just gonna change it, and that is a service. Yes, that is a service. So we got to create one here. So we'd say something like this: async create game, user create input. Not really sure if that should be something that I should be aware of. So I'm gonna actually use this guy from here. Prisma service. It's gonna be actually this, right? Then we got user, Prisma, or actually not user but game, right? So we got game here. Then data prisma dot user create input. Now this is weird because I do have Prisma client. Maybe call this likes, right? Instead of views. Create title, body. The game should not have a title, but maybe it should not have a title, but it would definitely have a URL, right? And that's going to be string. The body itself, I don't really know, right? So now in the service, I should have user create input that has prisma dot game create input, right? And it returns back a game to us, right? I'm going to remove this guy from here, and then this should be, so that means user is missing in the following properties from game title body blah blah blah. Oh, okay, yeah, this should be games game dot create. Yes, we're gonna do the same thing for the others, right? So user where unique input, instead of this we're gonna say get user or get game. So it's gonna be user. So we could also call this find all, and we can call this one create. So we got create find one, and then here game where unique input, it's gonna say game here. It's gonna say game dot find one, and I'm gonna say game where unique input. Quickly do that. So we're not going to do find all, we are going to do find one. We are also going to do update as well. I don't think we need find all here. Why do we need to say update user where we have update itself? So update is enough. Prisma game where unique input, then game update input. We're gonna return a game from here. We're gonna say game data where, and then we gotta have remove. Are we using the word remove or delete? Let's keep it remove. So remove game where unique input. We're gonna say game. Then we gotta have a game here. And we gotta remove this guy from here. Alrighty. So we got a lot of things going on in the service. Let's quickly go and work our controllers, right? So we got our service in there. Let's see what our controllers look like. So we got a post here, but what about the controllers? Yeah, there we go. So we got post ID, feed, filtered post, search string, post, user, and there's a lot of things going on here, right? So we gotta have something like this maybe. So when we do a post here into game controller, which is this one, right? So this create game DTO, it doesn't have anything. So we might want to just maybe say that this is going to, why can't we use the same thing here? I mean, can't we use something like game unique, whatever it was, something like that, right? Prisma dot, yeah, Prisma dot something. So Prisma client, can't we use the same thing here? Can't we use the same thing here? I'm gonna use the same thing here maybe. So have something like Prisma dot game create input, right? Something like this. Find all doesn't exist. Find one. We gotta call this URL, and then should we be using ID? No, we shouldn't be using ID. We should use URL where unique input. Do we need to mark our Prisma database as ID default? Should this be primary ID? We could use it. Find one. Find one should be. I'm gonna have to see where unique input um dot URL type of Prisma. It doesn't exist here. Can we say this? So we got the URL, but we cannot pass it. And object game where unique. So what are these exactly? Where unique input? I can only take ID. The URL should be unique as well. Prisma define. So you go and into your service, Prisma service. No, it's Prisma schema.prisma. So this URL is unique. That's what I wanted to say. Then I run this, generate this, and then here should it be okay? No. Interesting. So if I see now, game where unique input, and that's ID. And I did say that URL is going to be string of type. Can I pass URL here? No, I cannot because that's a string and that's not going to go into find one here. Game where unique input. Why does it say? So it does have URL. Come on, pick it up. Pick it up. Pick it up. And I need to remove this partial type. Update game DTO. DTO. I'm gonna delete these DTOs. Sorry. I'm gonna comment you for now. Please wait. So this URL should be fine. There we go. Finally. Finally. All right. Cannot resolve dependencies. A lot of errors. Can't resolve game service. Please make sure that the Prisma service index 0 is available in the game's module context. Service. Is it? Is it? Prisma is a. It's not part of the game's module. Okay. Yeah, that's how dependency injection works. So we gotta have a Prisma service being imported here. So we got find one, we got remove, the controller here, we got body, create game input, in which all of those things are there. Then we got URL, we find by URL. Then we got patch. Do we also patch by ID or URL? We should patch with ID. So Prisma dot game update input, and then that goes inside. So we gotta have one object with where ID, but then also data. No, we did game DTO, something like this, right? All right, then we got delete. So when we delete this, we're gonna remove with ID. Why do I need to define the plus here? It shouldn't be plus. That should be ID, right? There we go. Now we should be able to create data. So we're gonna quickly go and say games. So we gotta say create game. Maybe we should use this. So we got http exception filter .ts. Let's quickly add that. Or actually inside source. So http exception filter.ts. Got this code inside. Got that done. And then we just need to do catch exception. Binds the required metadata to the exception. Okay, argument host, binding filters. So we need to use the exception filter. Throw new exception, use filters. Okay, that's good. So that means we just need to import the games controller, and here we just need to say post use filters, http exception filter, and that should be good. So if I create now the game with the same API, I should get a better error, or no? No? Why? Let's see. So when we create this, we essentially return the create input, which has ID, URL. I mean, the whole thing that we have essentially is the URL itself. Let's say we go JSON and say URL unique 123. So if I do send here, yay, let's go. So we got it created. Body is null, likes 0, winner ID equals to null. Participants, although I don't see. Why don't I see participants? So if I don't send it, then we got a problem, right? But then it crashes like an idiot. Should we rather have like catch everything in that case, right? So in that case, we would be implementing something like this. Let's see if we can nail this one down. So we go ahead into our file. We rename this to exception filter, right? We change the code. We go ahead and change this guy here, app module ts. So we go to our app module ts, and then we change the providers to have this. So app filter is gonna come from NestJS core. All exceptions filter is probably gonna come from here, right? Games. Sorry, you gotta go. Alrighty. So this means we should be good, right? And that means if I try to send this guy, I still get an error. Status code 500 timestamp and path. It's still the same error, the same status, but I mean it, at least it's getting the data now. So we let's say we send another unique 234 or 234, and we create that. That creates a new one. That's good. And then if I try to get another one, yes, get game. So if I get game, that would mean please go inside games. Thank you. Then I'm gonna just copy this, come back here, and then it's, what was it? Unique underscore 123. So if I get this, yay, let's go. We get 123. And if I say 245 or 246, which one was it? No return response 246. No, it's 234. Yay, let's go. So we do get that back. But we essentially need to be sure that that game exists. So for example, if I'm running this, where is it? Get find one, right? So there we have, let's say we say const game equals, or do we do that in the find one itself? So let's say we try to get the game itself. So we say const game equals, and then we say return game, right? And if not game, we do throw. What was the new exception itself? There was something like throwing a standard exceptions. HTTP exception forbidden. So throw new HTTP exception, and that is not found, and then HTTP status dot not found, something like this, right? So if I do this and if I try finding out something that doesn't exist, like 2, does it say not found? No, it doesn't. It still returns a 2, oh yeah, 200. Do we need to do await here? Maybe we do. Yay, let's go. So we need to do the await on the call. So we get a 404, we see that it's not found. What else do we need to do? I think we are at a good point here. Then we also gotta get update and delete. So I'm gonna duplicate this guy with update game, and then I'm gonna also say another call that's gonna be delete game, right? So let's do the delete one first. So it's gonna be delete API games, and then all I need to do is say unique 234. So 234 exists so far, but if I send a call that says 500, that says shut up, let's get the game. So it was 234. The game exists. The URL, we cannot use the URL for deletion, which is of course fine. We need to use the ID instead of the URL. The URL can only be retrieved for getting it. See, now the delete call works, and if we try to get the same game now, it will say 404. Boom, there we go. Now let's update the game, which is 123, but I'm gonna have to use the ID of the game, right? So 123, we're going to get the ID out of it, and then actually I'm going to copy all of this object, and then I'm going to update this, and then let's say the URL itself. So I'm going to be first using the put call, and then I'm going to be using 123, but the body here would be something like, I mean, I could send an object and that would throw an error, right? It says 404 not found, but I'm using a put call. Do I have a put call here in the controller? I don't think I have a patch. I don't have a put call. I have a patch call. So a patch call, if I send this, it says 500 because we have an error, right? And the error is because we says URL not found. Well, shut up. Let me see. So ID is being fetched here. Then you get it where ID is there, and then you provide the data, right? Now this body is supposed to be either null or a string. That's why it's probably getting an error. If I send this, no. So API slash games slash patch param ID string, where ID is this participants URL body. Why though? Should I check this again? I'm gonna hit a couple of enters. Can I do that? No, I cannot. When ID equals to null, so that means this should, maybe we shouldn't be sending these, right? Maybe we shouldn't be sending these at all. And now it's a bad request because we need to, and now we got a 500. And I don't know why we are getting a 500 at all. Why are we getting a 500? Argument of type URL string is not assignable to parameter of get where unique input. Is it causing, so it's 352 right here, okay? 352.19, and this error was shown around, I don't see the time, 352.04. So if I do this again, no, it's the same error. 352.19 AM, send it again, 352.19 again. I'm gonna save this guy, but we still get when we save this, we still get this error. That is bizarre. Why do we get this error? I'm gonna serve the API again. Do we still get the error? I'm gonna cry if we do. No, we don't get the error. So if I send this now, we still have issues, but at least we don't get that error. So that's fine. Why though? When we do a patch, we get the ID. Then we get the ID out of it. Then we return the update here. When we go to update, we say const where data equals params. Then we say update data where. And the unique input here is ID and the string. Sorry. So we do get the ID. We do get the string. However, the ID is retrieved from the URL, which is fine. And we get the ID, which is string. I don't know why are we getting the 500 in that case. The body should be string. That's what I know. The winner ID could be null. I don't really know. But now it's a bad request. Now why is it a bad request? Status code 400, Prisma service, exception filter, HTTP router, tunnel server error. Should we also get the error? No. Should we also send the exception itself? Maybe we should also send the exception itself, right? I'm gonna send the exception itself so I see what's happening. Exception expected number in JSON at position. What? Oh, so let's see. We have 2 likes. Now we got 500 as an error. Client version 33380. What does that mean? All right. Can we debug 9229? Can we debug this? So let's run. Okay. No extensions found. Oh, because sad. The body is update game DTO, which is this. So we get, let's see. So we get created at, all right, URL body, which is a string, likes, which is should be a number, winner ID could be null, participants. Everything here is optional. What if I just send this object? You know, it works. Should I not send? I should not send the ID. Damn. Should not be sending the ID. There we go. So if I change this to 20, there we go. All right, so we got all of these working. Let's quickly go to MongoDB instance and see if that's looking good. Where is my MongoDB instance? If I refresh the database, I should see the game. Unique 123, likes 20, null, winner ID. Yes. Cool. So far we created the APIs that we are using now in our code base. And I think we should be looking into the database first. And after that, we should be looking into the features themselves. So that's going to be interesting. I think we can probably use GitHub or Google as the providers for logging in, right? So we could either say GitHub or Google, and there should be enough. Google is going to be this one. To set up Google sign in for your Android apps, you need to do SHA, optional web SDK. Do I need to provide a web client ID and web client secret? Let's see. I probably need to create a new one. So we do have Flashback project, which is a client ID, but it also has a browser key. So we got the API key as well. Web client ID, web client secret, web client ID, but we gotta enable it first. Flashback, memory game, project support email, SN, my email. We probably don't need to do this. So we are just going to utilize this one. We're also going to add GitHub for this one. A client ID is required. Do I need to create a GitHub app? Create GitHub app. Creating a GitHub app. Manifest. Navigate to your settings. Organization, developer setting, GitHub apps, and new app name. Okay. So that means I'm gonna create a new app. github.com/snirs. Then I'm gonna go to settings, developer settings, GitHub apps, new GitHub app, confirm password here, flashback. It's a memory game created for the MongoDB Atlas Hackathon. Homepage URL. Is it going to be https codewithahsan.github.io/flashback? Callback URL. The full URL to redirect after the user authorizes an installation. We could use something like this: flashback / github auth URL or auth callback, something like this. During installation, post installation, webhook. We don't really need webhook, to be honest. I don't really think we should be using webhooks for this one. So I think we're good. Administration checks, repository permissions. I don't really think we need any of these things, right? Workflows, nah. Organization permissions, no. User permissions, no. Manage a user's email address, not exactly. Just JPG keys, watching, only this account. Allow only to any account, I think. So we do that. I'm gonna look at the comment in just a bit. For the account flashback, no. Flashback app. Can I use flashback app or flashback game? Memory game. Can I use this? You must generate a private key for this. All right, that's good. The client ID is, I have the client ID, so I'm going to be pasting that here, and Google authentication enabled for our application. We need to also enable hosting. So we do need to say we have a web application that we need to deploy, add, and that should be good as well then. So we got the authentication at least done here. We got Google only working, right? Now let's implement Angular Firebase, and we should then use Google to log in. And then for creating the game itself, so we're going to use npm save nano id. What we want to do is when we create a game, we should be generating a URL that is a nano ID. So I'm going to go to games, controllers. When we create this, I'm going to use remove use filters here. And then we have create game DDO. We pass this in, and then we say something like const game equals data, and then we have the URL, and the URL should be, so we import nano ID from nano ID, and then we generate a URL, and we say nano ID size would be, let's say 12, and I think that's good. And then we use data game. All right, so we did create a new one. So let's create a game. I'm gonna create, we don't have to provide anything here, I think. Maybe we can provide a title or body. So we can say body, and then we can also say something like, should we also have something like creator ID? So let's say we do something like body is gonna be test 123. So if I send this, we get back a URL. You see the URL here, and then we get the body itself like 0 winner ID as well. So I think there should be a host, because the host can end the game or delete the game. And then it should also have a relation to this. This should rather be something like host, right? Something like this. It should be of type user. So the host is supposed to be validating model game ambiguous relation detected. The field host and participants in the model both refer to, please provide different relation names by adding a relation name. How do I add that? So here we have fields. So let's see. We got a author, that is the relation with author ID, right? And references ID. So author ID should reference types of relation, one-on-one and one-to-many and many-to-many, right? Can we have multiple relations? You cannot use a multi-field ID. That's good. So pinned by user, author user, int here, written posts, pin post. That means we got to do something like this. Interesting. All right. So there could be only one pin post and one to one. Okay, in that case. But the games here may be called games created, right? And then games participated, right? So these two things. So there could be multiple games. Oh no, am I doing this wrong? There could be one user, it should be games only. Let's say these are games only, right? Now, this one takes host ID and then references the ID. And then this should essentially be DB object ID, which should be a string. And participant should be users. So we got games here, right? And then we got game of, or array of game, and the relation here would be game IDs, right? Let's say this. Then we have a host. In the host we should have host ID, which is string object ID. I don't really think we should be using, should we say something like a host here? But then it doesn't really make sense. Hosting or games participating, should we do something like this? And games participating, something like this maybe, right? So games hosting, then hosting IDs, and then similarly games participating, okay, participating IDs. So here it helps to some extent. How do we define a new name? Something like this maybe, hosting, and then we have something like this, participating, or what? And in this one we have participants. We do have a post which has, the thing is when you have multiple things, then it's becoming a problem. So maybe we shouldn't be having, listen to this. So we do have participants, which are users, right? Um, and we have a host, which essentially has a relation. So here we should have something like a host, and this host should have host ID. And here we should have something like game, and then game ID, references ID, game ID, string, no, should be something like game. What else? So game relation. Let me see what happens if I run Prisma format. So node modules pin Prisma format. So it says error passing attribute relation field games on model relation games on model user. So this should not be there. That means, right? You must only specify to the opposite field user on the model game. Yeah, we already had that participants, right? But the issue is with host right now. So if I do format, this looks good, but I need to see some other things as well. Do we need to provide a relation here? So if we provide relation, can we say host here without specifying the relation itself? So here now it did something. So it now said host ID or user ID per se, right? Instead of user ID, it should refer to host ID, but this should be good. All right, I think we found what we were looking for, right? Actually, oh, so the relation here is host. Aha. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So does that mean no? So we don't have any part. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're good. We do need to provide host. We do need to provide participants. The default would be something like this, an empty array string, right? Can this be a default? So the only problem that I see here is that we do have the game relation with host in the user. So when we create the user, would we have to define this game? Or would this property be actually existing in the game itself? Maybe no, right? So can we call this games hosted and games participating? Something like this. I'm going to format this once again. Games participating, games hosted. Should there be a game ID? I don't really know. If I remove that, would there be a game ID? No, there's no game ID. Okay. So games participating, games hosted, email, blah blah blah. I think we're good. I think we are doing good here. So now that we have the schema generated, that means we can generate a game and we can get some data out of it. So I'm going to create one more game. So if I do this, we get URL, winner ID, and whatnot. Cool. But in the screenshots, we did see a couple of winners, right? Player one, player two. I mean, player one is going to be the winner. But do we need to store the ID? So we do need to store the scores for a game, right? And a game of scores would be So now for the scores, what should we do? All right, so when we say about scores, how do we define those scores? Would it have to be an ID in that case? Because I don't want to have the ID. So we got the user. The user has some scores. I don't really think it's going to be here, to be honest, because a score can have a user ID. Or actually, we might have to have the score there. Yes. So a score will have to have an ID, the game that is part of, the user. So a game has a score array as well. All right. So we are going to create the APIs for the scores now. So we're going to go to API app, and then inside here we should have score. We're going to call this scores. REST API, CRUD entry points. Yes. Yes, please. And then what else do we have? So we do have scores here. We do have users as well. So we're going to have to create users as well. So we are going to create users. So we already have the users in there in Firebase, or probably not Firebase, but rather the object themselves. But yeah, we're going to look at that. Create those. So we got users, games, and scores. Class extends Prisma. No, is it Prisma? No. Oh, wait. We're going to import this guy. So we're going to import this Prisma dot score or create. Then we don't need these DDOs. All right, so we're going to go to score controller here where we had some of the information. So well, that's not what I was looking at. So we're going to remove these folks. We're going to say Prisma or import from Prisma client, and then we got Prisma, and then we say Prisma dot create score or score create. Is it score create? Score create input. It should be there. I don't know why it's not there. But I need to close this score controller, come back again. All right, so we need to import score. All right, so I'm gonna only import Prisma here, and then I can say something like Prisma dot score create input. I do need to say Prisma dot score update input. I don't know why it's not creating. That's super weird. Unless I have an issue with the schema parsing itself. So I have a model called game. Although I've generated the Prisma, I have done some other stuff as well. Can I say help and they would show me what can I run? So we do have Prisma Studio, migration for a Prisma schema, apply them to database, generate artifacts. Is it also generate, right? So generate artifacts. This also generates artifact, the Prisma migrate dev. So we got this working, the scores are creating. We do need to provide this required values, otherwise it's gonna be causing some issues. But apart from that, I think we are looking at this in a good manner. So what we need to do is that we need to create first generating the game, then we also need to have some functions for joining a game or leaving a game, right? So what we are going to do is that we are going to say something like we're going to have a post of join game, right? And this post is going to be called dash id slash join, and then we're going to have some sort of DTO for this one. Did we have a DTOs folder? So what we are going to do here is we're going to create a DTO folder back again, and then we are going to be using same convention here. So we're going to say something like join game dot data transfer object dot ts. Here we are going to say join game DTO, and here we need to do two things. We need to provide the game ID and the user ID, and I think that should be good. Similarly, we should have a leave game DTO.ts. So ID join, ID leave game, And then what I'm going to do is in the service itself, I'm going to create join game. Oh, I got confused. I thought this was service and I was like, oh, who created those functions? What? All right, so I'm going to be just saying sort of update, right? I'm going to use the update method here, and we can say something like in the controller, here we can say update, right? And in the update method, we're going to have game update input, right? This one. And then what we need to do is that we need to say where id is join game DTO, join game DTO, and then join game DTO, something like this. So here it needs to say something like join game DTO dot game ID, and then we need to update participants. So what we need to do first is we're gonna have to get the data first. So we're going to do this dot game service dot get. Is it get or is it find one? Find one, and then here we say something like ID, right? And then game or join game DTO dot game ID. So we first get the data, right? Then we get the game, and then we return. But here in the update, we need to update the participants, game dot participants, or is it game dot? We do have like spinner IDs. How do we apply the join in that case? That's interesting. How do we apply the join? So we got the Prisma schema here, right? And then we have participants. So we have data author, and then we do upsert to update Bob Prisma if that user exists, or create the user if they do not exist. So we have create many. So posts has a create one. So we're gonna do something like scores controller. Let's go back here. No, games controller. So we do something like return, and then we update this to have participants, and then we do a create here, and then we do this, and then we add the ID to it, which is something like data user connect. Do we connect it with the, oh, okay. So is it, oh, okay. Wait. Close everything to the right. Open Prisma. So we do have participants, right? In the game, we have a participant. If I'm joining a game, then I add, or we do a connect. It's going to be called, let me think. So update essentially takes data. So we have where this, and then we have data, right? Exactly, data. Then exactly participants, and then connect. There we go. And then do we get it UID here? So it should be something like join game DTO dot user ID, right? So connect ID, something like that. Okay. So we don't really need to even get the user then, right? I mean, we could then just do something like this, just update this. So the join is good. If I had to use the leave game DTO and I had to use the leave game DTO here, then I would do something similar here, but then just not connecting, but rather disconnecting it, right? So leave game DTO, and maybe instead of disconnect. All right, I think this makes sense. Let's say we create a user, and then we create a game, and then we see if they are connecting or not. So, and we also should have something like getting all the users, right? So we should have for the controllers, for the users, actually for the users. So here when we create this, we do create user DTO, and whatnot. And then we also have find all. So that means I can quickly go ahead and check out my API. So here we should have a new folder of users. So users should have create user, duplicated, get all users, which should essentially be a get call. This action returns all users. Okay, create a user. We got a user created because we have that running in the app controller. No. So in the app controller, we do have create user, essentially does that. So let's see. So users itself has a module, it has a controller. The controller itself creates the user via service, and the service then does some magic. So what we need to do here is we need to do something like what we have in the game itself. Find one, update, and remove. Actually gonna copy all of this. So I'm gonna use this, and now I'm going to also use import from Prisma client. So we're gonna use Prisma. Then we have user create input. So we don't need that. We actually don't need the game as well. We do need the constructor Prisma service, right? It's going to be of type user. It's going to be of the type data. URL is declared. Oh yeah, because this should be user. Prisma.game should be Prisma.user. Placing all instances. Find one. This one is going to be user everywhere. This guy is going to be Prisma user where unique input. Then Prisma user where unique input, user update input, Prisma unique input. So we do remove, we do update, we import HTTP exception and HTTP status where it's not found. Let's see. So here we do need to have this user, user. Then we have update, we have remove. We should also have find all for now. Find all. I'm gonna just return nothing required here, nothing required here as well. Promise of user arrays should be the answer here. And then, alrighty, we're gonna close this like this, and I think we should be good. So I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna look at the user's controller to make sure we have everything that we discussed. So we gotta create one, find all. So I'm gonna remove these DDOs. I'm gonna add import Prisma from Prisma client. Then we are going to say Prisma dot user create input. Then this one is gonna be find one with ID. Then patch is gonna be Prisma dot user update input. And then when we do update, we need to provide the where and the data. So here we say where the ID and then data of the user DDO, right? And then for removing, we just need to say where ID, the user service should have Prisma service imported. So the user module should have Prisma service connected to this. And now this should work. So if I do this, then we got this data. We need to remove the data. So we're going to add another request inside. New request, delete user. So we're going to add this guy here. We're going to get users and then essentially just use this, and then make this a delete call. And we deleted the data. If I do it again, we got 500, that's fine. So we got all the users, no users anymore. We can create a new user ourselves. We can find a user by ID. So we can quickly duplicate this call, delete user, duplicate this, get user, and then this is just going to be a get call by ID, and it's a 404, the user is not found. I'm going to create two APIs for join game slash ID slash join, right? Something like this. For the join game, we need game ID, or we actually get the game ID automatically. Just the user ID is required, right? So in the score one, or actually in the games one, I think we have the game ID. So ID join, ID leave. So we have game slash ID. I think we can use ID here. We don't really need to have the param this, right? So we're gonna get this out of the ID. So ID join and then the user ID itself, right? Similarly, we're gonna get the ID here. So we don't really need the game ID here. So once I do this, I can quickly update score DDO. Yeah, we got all of these successful. So what happens if I try now? Still the same error. And we add the user to, yeah, I know what was on my mind. We need to delete the game ID here and the game ID from here. We can create a game, right? So we got a game ID here. We can also see that in our MongoDB instance, maybe. Yeah, so I have a couple of games here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to delete a couple of those, like just keep this one. So we got one game that we can use. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the ID of this game and then join it. So that means that I'm going to be saying something like join game, API games, and then this, and then the user ID. If I run this, it's probably going to be giving me an error because the object ID is not the user ID itself. So we're going to get all users, see if there are any users. No, there are no users. So I'm going to create one user, kind of take the information from here. And then if I add this user, we get the user ID, and then we join these together. So if we do this, then we got another error. We got API games ID and then join. So controller is here. We do an ID in join. We get the ID of the join game. Then we do update wherever we have this particular ID, and then we connect with the user ID that we provide in the data, right? And where do we have? Oh, so we have scores controller doing a bit of weird scenario. Scores controller. Oh, there we go. So it should be Prisma dot score update input, update input. Do we get it fixed? And I have no clue why is that. I'm gonna have to see why this error comes in. So we're running the debugger, listening on this WebSocket. I think it's because it's not an object ID, right? It could be the reason that it's not an object ID. If I give this a wrong answer, it says clearly malformed object ID, invalid character S, right? But if I do this, then it just doesn't do anything. So if I now need to get this particular game, I get a 500. What? So if I get this, it says game not found. I'm gonna add a new call to get all the games. Games, controller, controller, and here we should have post, 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 get, patch. So let's say we have a get, and then we don't have a URL in that. We call this find all. There shouldn't be any parameter. And then we just say find all. Shouldn't be any parameter. And then I just need to implement the find all method. So let's quickly go here. Let's implement the find all. Remove this guy. Move this guy. It would be an array of games. We do find many. We remove any sort of query. Remove this. And then we just return this. And I'm going to save this guy as well. Now, if I go and create a new call here, get all games, I should be able to see it if I just remove this. What? Is it because I'm using Prisma in two different applications or something else? If I do get all users, do I get all users? I do. Get all games, I get a 500 internal. So we got Prisma service provided here in the game service, right? We were creating the game before. So if I create a game, is that fine? Test 2, 3, 4. No, it gives me a 500 error for some reason. That means the calls are completely broken for some reason. Let's see. Have we added something weird? So controller is games. Then we got game service. Maybe it's in the game service that everything is breaking. So we got a create method which promises a game that returns it. Then this, then this. Then we have ID slash join, takes the param, the join game DTO, and returns the data. Then we have a leave, then that also does it. Let's say we remove these two calls, right? If I create now, it doesn't create it. API 33 games. Get all games. Wait. Get all games. Nothing. That's super weird. That's super weird. Should I still see consoles when that happened? Should I put consoles? So let's say find all console.log. Hey, let's save this guy. So if I do get all games, I do see get all. Then it goes inside and says Prisma game find many. So if I do again, doesn't do that. If I provide an object here, call it, it it still doesn't give me anything. What? Games controller get find all. Hey, that's so weird. Let me actually try this. So if I catch this, I need to console log the error, right? Return null. So if I do this, attempted to serialize scalar null with compatible string for host ID. Invalid Prisma game find many invocation. Okay. What do you mean by that? Find many. If I do many, can I do this? And if I do this, can I get it some data? No. I think I probably know why. Because of this, maybe. Could be because of this. Let's see. We're gonna have to delete this guy from our database. We got the game here, but we gotta delete this person. Unfortunately. Sorry, dude, you gotta go away. Game. You gotta go away. Uh, so this is the ID of the user that we want to create. So when we create a game, we got the ID here, but we also want to say the host ID and then this, right? Now, the thing is, before even making this call, what do we need? We need likes, default is 0. We need a URL that is generated, right? This has a default value. This host is there. Winner ID is optional. So we definitely need this host ID. That's the problem. So when we create a game in the game service, when we create a game, we do add this, but we also then need to say, what do you call it? Host ID or host? No, wait. This also should be of the type, what? Prisma dot game create input. So this one should have like user. No, what do you call it? No, host. So host connect, and then we say something like data dot host ID, something like this. We need to use host, and I use that, right? Host connect host ID or user ID, maybe. I don't really know. So then it should also have something like a host ID string, something like this. So when we add this or when we create this, we should have a post, which is a create game DDO, but then we also need to create create game DTO TS. So this one gonna have host ID string create game DTO. Is it join game DTO? Yes. Can we import Prisma from Prisma client? So it's gonna be two things actually, game and host ID. TypeScript extend type. This is what I want. So we're gonna use export type create game DDO Prisma dot create input, and then host ID is gonna be string, and that should be it. Now in the game controller, we do have this, but we are going to use create game DDO, and then we have two things. One, we use omit. Can we use omit? Yeah, create game DDO host ID, and then this. So then we're gonna have something like this. I think this is what I want. Then I can pass the rest here. and the host ID here. Thank you, GitHub Copilot. So when I do this, then it should be able to create using the host ID. Yeah, there we go. So when we create this game, all right, let's see. All right, let's see. I think we're really close. So get all users. We're gonna get all users. We got the user here. Then we got get all games. So we create a game. The host ID is gonna be this one. The body is that. And if I send this, yay, let's go. So we got the host ID and we got the URL and everything else. If I do get all games, we get the games. We create another user. So we are going to say another user, right? So we say another user example.com. So we get another user here. Now, if I want to get all games, you see that we already have a host here and we have that, right? Now, if I want to join the game, I would like to give the user ID here for the new user. And I would also like to get the game ID. So the game ID is this one. So if I want to join a game, I'm going to use this game and then join, right? And if I do this, it says 404, cannot post, not found. Okay. 500, why? So confused right now. We still get all the games. Nobody returned for the game? What? Come on. We removed all of the games or what happened? Let's see in the database. What happened? So now in the game, we have a host ID, we have a URL, but we don't have anything else. And as soon as we try to add another index to it, it breaks. And we got two users now. Why do we have this error? Okay, so in the user itself, do we have any sort of changes? We don't. In the game itself, do we have any sort of changes? We have URL, we got body, we got ID, we got host ID. I'm gonna have to look into this again, what's happening. It has now caused my whole, so this is a game, right? We got the winner ID set to null, the host ID is set to this one, but if I join this game as a participant, then it becomes a problem. So participants data is game update input, right? Then we say participants, then we say connect, and then we add where ID essentially is set to the string itself. So if I say console.log trying the query, and then also something like .catch e console.log. So if I just do this, what would happen? If I just do console.log, and this is joining, right? So first we get all the games, we get the game ID, we go to join game, we have a post here game/id/join. Then we get all users, and then we try to add this guy. No, not this guy. Why do I have the same user? That's weird. In the users, do I have MongoDB two times? That's weird. Am I hard coding the data somewhere? Users, controller, create. No, it uses the same data. So I'm gonna try to use, let's say, these two users. So I'm gonna add 380 to the join game, which is this guy. And if I run this, it is created now. That sounds good to me. So if I go to game, I do have a host ID, but I don't have anything else. So there you go. So it's not created on a none value. I'm gonna find this issue. It did not actually fix that. So if I join the game, it breaks. Prisma client runtime, execution context. So if I go ahead and try out the same call now, first of all, if I get all the games, I am getting the games. But as soon as I try to join a game, it brings shit down. Option unwrap on a none value. All right, I'm gonna quickly delete this guy. Flashback. So we're gonna drop this guy and we're gonna create this from scratch. So we create a user, So we're gonna say users. This is the reason why. So if I do this, we get another user, right? Then we get all users. So we got a post for creating a body. Then we got ID join, ID leave, URL. So if I see a particular URL and I try to give it that, then it's going to be found. Now, if we see the get all games, we do have the ID of 46B and we have a create game here. And then with this one, we are providing the game and then joining and then also providing the username. So if I do this and if I go and check out the code now, all right, so we got the user, but now we got the none value issue that we were having before. Now I got it. So wait, so this is going to be exactly the same. Now I got the problem. So relation, user participants, blah blah blah. Gotta remove user on games. This was the relation stuff. So at this point, we had participants, right? So in this point, we need this guy, the DB array object ID. This is what we missed. This is what we missed. Participant IDs, right? So category IDs, post IDs. Similarly, the participants could also have participants, and here we have participants, and we could also have the category IDs. So we could have something like games and participating, games participating string, and then we need to have a DB object ID, and then here we can say something like what was that again, fields, and then games and participating ID. So games participating, here we have participants, participant IDs. All right, so now that we have this, let's try this out. So I'm gonna quickly go and add this, and nothing happened. So I'm gonna, wait. I'm gonna have to stop this. I'm gonna have to do Prisma generate. I'm gonna have to run this NX server API again, and then I have to run this again. So hopefully this should work. Yay! Oh, finally! And now we have a game in which someone has joined the game. So we get all games now again, and now we got participant IDs. Yes, let's go. So the leave game is going to be exactly the same thing, but it's going to just say leave. And when we do so, we leave it. Awesome. Let's go. Finally. Cool. So we got this. Now it's time to move forward. So let's quickly do that. So I'm going to starting first of all, um let's push the current code so we have that integrated, or we have a state saved, right? So I'm gonna quickly say, or actually this hey that has to go away as well. Let's find it. Let's try to find catch. Oh, it's actually the hey is inside apps but not inside memory game. So here it is. I'm gonna remove that. I'm gonna also try to find catch. I put a catch somewhere, but then I just needed to remove it, right? So this, we don't need that. All right, now I think we can, what? MongoDB. Oh yeah, I need to remove the app controller as well. Yeah, we need to remove these. So we got to remove this guy, and in the controller as well, we got to remove the create user. Actually, this API call itself, I'm gonna remove that. Apart from that, I think things look good. So I'm gonna quickly go and do git emoji. Have I added all of the files? Now I have. So I'm gonna quickly have a run through of what we have done so far. Prisma service, app controller, app module, app service, Prisma service, app module, app service is this one, game controller spec, game controller itself, game module, game service, create game DTO, join game DTO, leave game DTO, game entity. Well, I don't think we need game entity though, to be honest, but I'm not removing it. We got to focus on the hackathon first. So make it work, make it fast, and then make it perfect. That is something that I already taught in a video if you have not seen that. So we're gonna say add new features. So added game API calls, and we're gonna say push, and then now we're going to start implementing Angular Firebase. So we gotta say NX Angular Firebase integration, NX Nest Firebase stream ID next. We create the workspace, we generate application, we do nest application, blah blah blah. Then we install the Firebase tool latest. We need to do that. I installed it recently, but I think we need to do it once more. So we are including the tools here. Now we need to do Firebase init. I'm pretty sure I'm already logged in, but if not, then I'm gonna quickly do yes please real-time database. Yes please. Your West public. No, it's what is the directory that I'm gonna be hosting? It's gonna be dist apps memory game, right? So dist apps memory game is gonna be the one. Let's quickly try to build this. So we're gonna say nx build memory game. So it's gonna end up in dist apps memory game. So we are going to publish. Then we also need to take care of where we are going to host our Node.js server. It could be Heroku, it could be something else as well, but we are going to see. In the meantime, this is building. I'm going to go through quickly with this article. Firebase functions, blah blah blah, transforming Nest into Firebase. Firebase functions test. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we created the build. It's app, no, it's dist apps memory game, right? And then we got it. So yes, dist apps memory game. Enter single page app. Yes, I think we're gonna be looking into integrating. So Angular Firebase. So we got Angular Fire here. So we're gonna do ng add Angular Fire, and then project. So ng add Angular Fire. We're gonna see what that looks like. I'm gonna open Focus Doro just because Firestore, no, not Firestore, real-time database. That's it. Flashback. Already have a side. Flashback. All right, so we got some data here, which is good. Now let's integrate authentication. So I'm gonna stop the NX serve, and now we're going to implement the authentication. Okay. So authentication itself, since we have already said in the installation, we want authentication. That means that they should have added this to the app module. Oh, that's API. Sorry, my bad. Righty. So we compiled this. Now it's time for us to try authentication, right? Authentication, Firebase authentication. So we're gonna use this guy, Angular Fire auth. So in the welcome component, we do have Angular Fire auth, and I think we need to also import it Angular Fire auth module, right? So we're gonna import this guy, import Angular Fire auth module, Angular /fire /compat/auth, compat/auth. Okay. So we got that, we got imported that, and then we have this guy here. So this should be saying private auth or Angular Fire auth, and then here we should have something like we say click let's go. So we're gonna create the function let's go right here, and then here we can say this dot auth dot sign in with pop-up, and then new this dot auth dot new Firebase dot auth. Ooh, Firebase. So you see GitHub Copilot is sometimes okay, sometimes it's not really accurate. So new Firebase dot auth dot Google provider. But that's fine. I mean, you don't have to be perfect. GitHub Copilot, you're helping. And then I'm going to go and do localhost 40. No, I already have that opened. No need. So this is not working. I think that's what I meant by Firebase not being happy. Exactly. Angular Fire, new provider for Angular Fire options, blah blah blah. I don't know why that gives this problem, but it gives this problem. So I'm gonna look into my implementation of this one. App module. So we had Angular Fire module and an Angular Fire auth module and auth module. So these three from Angular Fire, as far as I remember. So three of those, and then Firestore module as well. Sorry. So these four. So this is gonna go inside app module, and then something like this. Right, I'm gonna remove shared module from here. Provide Firebase app. I'm not really sure, but I'm gonna see. So store module, environment production, Angular Fire, auth module. Where is the auth module itself? Oh, it's from Angular File auth. Okay, so we're gonna go into our browser module or our imports array, and then inside here we're gonna add all of this. I don't know why this doesn't work. This is so sad. It should be working out of the box, but it doesn't. So I'm gonna quickly comment out all of these, leave all of these, and now let's see what happens. You see, now the app works. And that's what bothers me. And now if I click let's go, you see the Google pop-up. Yay! So I can now have this guy implemented. I'm gonna get out for the now. I also need to see where I am using auth. So I think in the app component, I'm using the auth and doing some magic here. Load task, auth state updated. I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be using Redux here, but why does this give an error? Oh yeah, the error. Okay, that's fine. Alrighty, so we go into memory game. I remove this stuff. Don't need this. Don't need that. And now I'm gonna go and we're going to app component here. We import this guy, and we also have this code. So auth Angular Fire auth, and that's it. So it should be auth Angular Fire auth, and then this, right? This auth user is of type Firebase user, right? What we need to do here is, if I'm not logged in, then it would just take me to welcome, right? Keep it simple. Keep it simple. I'm gonna remove all of this. We're gonna say import Firebase from Angular /fire/compat. There was a Firebase somewhere. All right, now I have lost. It was in welcome. Firebase from Firebase compat app. That's what I did. No, Firebase compat app. Angular Fire. Oh, okay. Firebase compat app. Cool. Cool. So this guy should be something like this. Firebase.user, right? We're gonna check if the user, and then we say if auth user is not null, or if not user, then we just do a router navigate. So we say private router, and then we just say this dot router dot navigate, and that's pretty much it, I think. Cool. So if I go and log in, then that's a completely different story. But if we get logged in, then we go to the first round, or we say per se, or join game. So we show a modal and we ask the user to either create a game or join a game. So let's create that. All right, let's see. So we got Tailwind CSS, deactivate account, go back to dashboard, payment successful. We can get this one. Is it the entire modal itself? Okay. So we can have a component that we could say. So let's create one. So we are going to say component shared components dialog or modal. All right, so we're gonna create this shared module. Inside the shared module, we are also going to have an export, and we are going to export modal component from here, right? Then inside the modal component, we are going to use this guy here. And then in welcome, we are going to go to, I'm gonna remove this. It's bothering me now. And then we have the module itself. In the module, we are going to use shared module, right? And then inside welcome, we are going to use modal. We still use memory game workshop modal. No way. So memory. So in the Angular prefix, we're gonna have to change this to mg. npm scope, I think that can remain the same. Package JSON is fine. API interfaces is fine. This has to change to mg. There we go. And here as well, we need this. This is mg modal is much better than memory game workspace modal. In the API source app, we need to remove the app service and the app controller. We don't need those. So I'm going to quickly go and in the API, I'm going to go to app module, actually remove the app service and the app module both because we don't need them. We don't need them. Right. We're going to save this. All the files working. Good. All right. I'm going to close all these files. Let's see. So we were talking about modal itself. So that means that if I go here, we see the modal. Yay. So this modal gotta have the latest Z index possible. So maybe a Z100, which means that in the memory game inside components modal, it's gonna have a Z100 maybe. This had to be Z50. There we go. All right. So we're gonna say create a new game or use URL. So we can say create or join, right? All right. So we're gonna say something like create game or join. So yeah, maybe just use these. Get the code. So we're gonna be using these inputs. We're either going to say create new or join. So we got a lot of things happening inside the app here. Deactivate account. So we don't need this guy for sure, right? Then we need to say create or join game. So here we're gonna have a button. It's a select, should be an input, and it should be of type game URL, and then it should not have anything as such. Close this guy, pg transforms blah blah blah, game URL, then it becomes something else. So I'm gonna remove the label from here, block text font medium blah blah, all right, whatever. Sorry, here we got the input, but we should also have a placeholder saying enter game URL here, right? So you could have either create or join game, right? And then we have, or we could also then say or, and then we can say div create a new game. In the welcome component, we are using probably, are we using a reusable element? We're not using a reusable element. No, why? Why? In the game, I think we are using a round splash screen component, right? Which is this guy. I think it's fine. All right. So create a new game. Create a new game should be exactly similar to what we have on welcome component where it says let's go. We essentially need sort of the similar classes here. So we can probably have some sort of styles for this one. We can say something like elements.scss, and here we can have something like a button, and then we can have apply and that, right? So then we can quickly go and apply this elements import to elements, right? So we save this guy. Isn't that what you do with Tailwind, or am I tripping? Maybe it's apply, and then I go and check out the modal component, and here we give this a class of button. Yay, or create a new game. So this one should not have margin left 3. That's not something we want to do. But apart from that, everything looks good. So we're going to say the welcome component where we have, where's the welcome component? The welcome component, come back. So here it has all of those things, but just the margin 3. So I'm going to say margin left and button. And I think that would add a lot of things already. Cool. Now this whole thing, it's not supposed to be super big. So we are going to say on a small screen, here it is. Role is dialog, Z50, overflow this and that, PX40, minimum height screen, justify center, create or join the game. I'm gonna quickly go to the side, check this guy here. So we got MG modal, and here then this is the element, right? So inline block, SM max width LG, SM max width mid SM. Can we get rid of the buttons at the bottom? So here we need to center align everything. And then we need to also say this div has everything, right? So this one should have a text center, right? So this element has a flex. So SM flex with full. So okay, so all of this is bread. Now this is item center. And the reason it's not working is because I'm being stupid and it should be justify center. Enter the game URL here, or we should also have something like, I'm gonna have to implement another class here. So if we have a button, px is 8, so px is going to be 2, I think. The text is going to be empty, text empty, right? So I can say something like button sm. Here I can say go. Wet, I messed up with something. What? Where's my CSS? Should I say something like this then? That's gonna be weird. Okay, so now it says something about this. The text, the class, okay, or width 20, 40, something like that. And also there should be some sort of styles here. So modal component is gonna have this guy. We're gonna have a class of flex row of a flex column, item center. Then this guy is gonna have a margin top of 3 or margin y of 3. This button should not have a width, you see here in the elements. So the button is small, should have a text center for sure. And this should also have some sort of text. So we got this now. So we do this, enter game URL, go, or create a new game. So when we create a new game, we create a new game using the API. Then we generate the URL and then we add a lot of people on top of it. So this modal is supposed to be implemented in a way that shared component modal, we're going to have something like an input here. So we do something like input show modal. And the thing is, we have actually created this inside. Yeah, I'm not really thinking through. So yeah, I don't really know. It's going to be game modal. I'm probably gonna I shouldn't be having the shared module in that case, and that is the thing that's bothering me. So we do have like this welcome, and this should be inside welcome components game model. And I'm gonna copy paste everything that I've just written here to there. So modal component is gonna have welcome components game model component, paste it. Then we're gonna go and say shared components game model CSS. No CSS here. TypeScript, no TypeScript here. All right, I'm gonna delete the shared module because I don't think we are gonna be using that. So we're gonna say something like RM, RF, apps, memory game, source app, shared. So we're gonna remove that. Then we are using in the welcome module, shared module, gonna remove that. Then in this guy we have the MG modal. So MG modal itself should be part of the welcome module, right? Game modal component. So MG is MG game modal. That's fine. So we're going to be using welcome component, MG game modal, MG game modal. And then what we do is really simple. We go ahead in the component, we add a new input, show modal, input show modal equals to false, output, close modal equals new event emitter. So we're gonna import output as well. Gonna remove this. So show modal is gonna be something that shows the modal itself. So we have something like style dot display equals show modal. Then we say something and otherwise we say something. So we have a fixed, otherwise we have none, right? So we then say show modal equals to show game modal, and then we have this component. So we have false, then we do return Then we have close modal, this dot show game model false. So we save this guy. We go and check out our event listener here. Close modal, close modal. So now show modal equals to false. Show modal is true, we get fixed, otherwise we get none. So this, let's go show modal dot true. Are we not passing it yet? No, we are. And then inside the welcome component, no, inside this guy, show modal is false, but then it becomes true. So we have welcome dot component dot ts. So we come here, it says this show game model and return. So the show game model, it should have started triggering the style. So even if it's true, what is called create or join. Create or join. So then let me have a look. This is the modal content. The style is still is display none. So it comes inside, but then it doesn't do anything. So the thing is, if I kind of remove this guy, refresh this, let's go. The fixed one isn't changing. Why isn't it changing? So the show modal is true. The values goes inside. So the value goes inside. Then we have a fixed one. The display is still none. That is so bizarre. Why do I have this show modal? So I need to see the value of show modal here. Can I just do this? So it's false. And if I make it true, it becomes true. Why the heck? Let's do this. Let's say class dot hidden equals to not show modal, right? Maybe we can get it that way out. So if we do this, yay, let's go. So if I click and I need to click some sort of cross button, so I'm going to go to welcome component here. No, the game model component here. And then I need to add one more item here. So I'm going to add an absolute here, top 0, right 0, padding 4, x. And when we click this, can we do, or can we say close rather? And then we just need to say something like click. So close modal dot emit. That should be it. So I click here, I should see close here, and that's way far. So I'm gonna have to take this guy out and then put it inside this place. So we got close here. If I click this, that's why close modal. That's why. So let's go click close. There we go. Right. So we got welcome component here, which has this guy. So I'm going to add this to as well in the modal because I like how this looks. So this one is going to be like this. You see, something like this. And then this one is going to be top having, I don't know, 6. And this one is not going to be having anything inside though, but it can have this thing inside. And it doesn't even need to be flags and then justify end, right? And then we don't need absolute in that case. But we do have some sort of padding issues here. So what is it? Py is 1. Oh, it's P4, that's why. So if I open this, you see this close. We should have BBG purple, or do we have dark? Do we have black? So we got this guy, then text white. So let's go text white. So create or join the game. So we join the game and click go or create a new game. Okay. So we get a new we get a new URL and then we share that with someone and then they join in. So in order to generate this, even come there, you need to be logged in. So we're going to go to welcome component and then do this right after. So this sign up, and then we are also going to check if not this dot auth dot user, then we are going to do that. So we are going to do this first, but then that. So this one, what does that entail? Does it give you a promise? Yeah, it does give you a promise. So we're going to make this an async method. So we're going to first do await, and then once you are logged in, then it asks you. Otherwise it just shows you the game modal. So if you're not logged in, it would just ask you to log in, and then you would do that. But then also you need to do something like this. So you need to do a try, and then if you get any catches, then you just need to do a return. No, you could not do return. Let me think. So you do just console.log error. So it would say something like this. Else, if we already have a user, then we show this, right? So let's see. All right, so we need to see if we got the user already, right? So can I get something like dot? Should we be showing the user in the welcome component? Maybe yes. So we're gonna do something like user firebase.user, and then we do something like this dot user dot subscribe, this dot user equals to user, something like that. Now null is not type user, null, right? So we need to do this. So when we are doing this here, we can actually do that in ng on init. Instead, we say implements on init. We also say component is alive true. So we can use some sort of pipe over here. Pipe take while is component alive, right? So we import this from RxJS operators. We assign that, and then we check if this dot user doesn't exist, then we show the modal, and otherwise we don't. Now that we have this, we're gonna say refresh. Let's go. So you see now we got the Google login. If I cancel, nothing would happen. If I click it again, we again see the login. If I log in now, it would then quickly show me the create or join game. If I close this, that's fine. If I click let's go again, we see the login again because now we are logged in. Okay. Let's say we say create a new game. So we're going to create a service. So we are going to create a service inside. I can take a note and see what's possible. We got app here. We got app component here. Can we use a single service for this one? So we are going to first create, it's a hackathon, so I'm going to create everything in one file maybe. So we can say something like generate or NX generate service. So I'm just going to create one service and then use that instead of creating a lot of service, just to save some time. We got a game that we need to create. So we are going to say game or actually Angular service, and then we are going to call this app. Is that what we did? Yeah. Angular service app, the HTTP service, but then we have to take things out eventually. So we have a score service, game service, services, game service, because then I don't feel good if I do that. So we got service here. Now we're going to use the HTTP client here. So I'm going to go to our app module. HTTP client module is already there, so we're good. What did I change in the app component itself? There was something being used. This API, hello, yeah, we're good. Angular common, blah, 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 API interface, blah, blah, blah. Yes, so what we can do now is we can start looking into creating a new game. So we are going to say, once it says create a new game from the component itself, when we say create new game, we're going to click here, we're going to call this create new game, and this is going to emit something for us. So output create new game, so new event emitter. Otherwise it could also say something like join game, new event emitter, right? So create new game, and this is going to be a string. So what we want to do here is we need to say create new game, or actually create new game dot event emitter or dot emit. Similarly, we're gonna say, so all right, so game URL is there. Now we need to just click this and then say join game dot emit, and then we say game URL. All right, so in this case, or we could call a function called something like join existing game, just for some validation. So here we should have function. I'm going to actually remove this and this, and then we are going to say join existing game, right? And here we can say the URL itself string. So then we say if not URL alert, please enter valid URL, return. Otherwise we say join game, this dot join game dot emit URL. So otherwise we do that. Okay. All right, so we got join game. Here we're going to start listening to that. we're going to say here on the modal, we have click, or actually create. Why don't we have any suggestions in this one? That's super sad. Create new game and then join game. So create new game and join game. So create new game, create new game, join game, event, right? So we get this, we save this, and then we go create new game and join game. So create new game is going to be doing this, and then join game URL string, and then that's going to do something else. All right, so now we need to import our service. So we are going to say private game service, and here we are going to say, so in the game service we're going to have first private http client, and then we are going to create new game, and then we are going to say join game. So here we do return this dot http dot post API games, and then we need to provide the user ID, right? Name new game. Then joining the game would also have some things here. So one of the things that we need to do is we do have the user here, and we need to first create a user in the database. When the user logs in, we need to log the user in and save that in the database if the user already exists. So I'm going to create a service as well. We're going to call it user service. We are also going to create a service called score service. We are trying to go a bit faster now. So first of all, we need to create a user. So HTTP client is going to be this. Then we say create user. So we're going to either create user or edit user based on if the user exists or not. So what we need to do is we're going to be quickly, or we say sign in, right? And then we get some data from there. And then we do something like, I mean, we don't need to sign in. We need to create user if it doesn't exist. So create user if it doesn't, create user if necessary. So we are going to say return this dot http dot post, and then API users, and then this, right? So we are going to post sort of a user here. So welcome component is here. Now we got to create new game. This is going to do this dot game service dot create new game dot subscribe, and here we just need to console dot log the response, right? And then here subscribe response. Then I would do the same for this one, but for this one we are going to say join game, and then we are going to pass the URL here, subscribe response whatever. So new game is here, join game is here as well. I'm going to use API games. So we go ahead and then we say game slash URL. Join existing game should also have, one of the things that I'm missing here is the URL itself. So we have this input. So we have this input. We're going to give this URL input template variable, and then here we can say value, and then we can return that. All right, now we're going to be creating a new game, or we're going to return a new game, and we'll see then how that goes. Okay. All right. The first thing that we need to do is to create the user when the user doesn't exist. I'm going to say user, create user if necessary, and then we are doing a post here. But first we need to say what we get when we we also need to log out the user, right? So if I do let's go now, it's already logged in. So that would mean I need to also say something like logout. So if the user is logged in, then I also need to say logout, which should be somewhere around here. Relative container, blah, 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 flags here, flags there, minus copy. And then we also have something like this here. So maybe we can just have fa unlock or lock, and then here we should have click button that says logout. So it's really subtle, but I'm gonna still post it here. So we're gonna say logout, and here we can say this dot auth dot sign out. Okay, and that's pretty much it. So we save this guy. You see this now. If I log out, I'm logged out now. If I click here, I see this again. All right, and this is going to only be shown, the logout is only going to be shown, not this dot user or not user. So if, oh, or actually if there's a user, otherwise it's not going to be shown. So now you see there's no lock button. If I log in now, then I see the lock button. So I close here, and then I see that as well. right? Now I'm logged out. What I was thinking was, when we get the user, I need to see what data do we have. So this user that we got has a display name, an auth, email verified, phone number, photo URL, and provider data. So what we need is essentially display name, email, and photo URL. I think these are the three things that we just need. We also need the UID as well. So we can connect those two, right? So I'm gonna go and say Prisma, and Prisma has some things to change. So here could have the user could have a photo URL, a photo URL. Let me see the photo URL property again. It's capital, then email, display name. So photo URL is going to be string. You don't always need to have that. No, it's a string question mark. Then the name itself is going to be display name, right? The email is going to be email again, and the rest of the things are good. You run this with node modules.bin, Prisma, format, and then generate. And now we got a problem because we don't have any users. Now, anyways, so I'm going to quickly go and delete my database. All right, so we don't have any database. I'm going to refresh actually, just to make sure that we don't have anything. No, we do have flashback. So I'm going to say flashback. I'm going to drop this guy. Is it in TypeScript? Yes. I think I replied that already, but yes. So we are going to take out the display name, email, and photo URL out of the user if the user doesn't exist. So when we get the user logged in, all we need to do, wait a second. Yeah, when the user logs in, all we need to do is to create the user if it doesn't exist. So if the user doesn't exist, then we do that. Else we need to use the service. So we need to say private user service. So here we can say then this dot user service dot create user if necessary, and here we get auth user. So we pass the auth user here. So we go here and then we say user Firebase dot user. Is it Firebase dot user? Import Firebase from Firebase compat. Right, so we got Firebase dot user here. App component is passing that, but from this one, we're going to actually take out a couple of things. So we are going to take out const display name, email, photo URL, and UID out of these equals user. And then I'm going to copy all of these things in photo URL. The URL is capital, photo URL. And then I'm going to copy these and paste it here. So we are passing those and saving this. And also I just recalled that in the Prisma database, we also need to add the UID as a string. So the UID is going to be type string. Format, generate. So now that we got this, the user itself, it's going to try to see if the user exists. And if it doesn't, then we create it, right? So we're going to go to you're 20. Okay, I might be 20 if you're saying so. So I'm going to go to game service for the user service, the service, create, and then we create it using the email itself. Now we know that the user's email is going to be always unique, right? So we can have other accounts, but they're not going to be linked maybe, but I'm not really sure. All right, so what we are going to do is we are going to check in schema. We have email. Yeah, email has to be unique, right? So we're going to try to see if the user exists. And if it does, really good. If it doesn't, we are fine, I think. User controller, user service. So here we can say something like const existing user equals to await this dot find one, and then we find it using email and data dot email. Right? If existing user, then we throw exception, user already exists, and conflict is HTTPS status imported yet. Otherwise we return this something. Okay. All right. So now we are going to see if we need to create this. The game modal component is there. The app component is there. Once we log in, we need to check and see if the user exists. And if it doesn't, then we essentially create that, right? So we check the user, we get that user, and then we create that in the database. All right, so now if I try to log in, what happens? So private auth, go forward. The user itself is there. We might have already sent a call to the server. Let's look up. We are logged in, but in the app.component.ts, not done. Oh, we have not subscribed to the call. Ooh, we have not subscribed to the call. scribe response console.log, or we could just say console.log, right? So we just do that. So here it's going to make a call and see. So we got 404 here because API slash user with a post doesn't exist because we are using slash API. Say what? What? All right, because the environment URL is changed. So we got to fix that. Yes, I'm 30. Yes, Lasif, I am 30. So apps, memory game. The server is running at localhost 333. So I'm going to be using that. So I'm going to go to my memory game, source app, and environments here. I need to set, I'm going to be using in the services, in the user service, we're going to have to import the URL. So we're going to have to say something like API URL equals environment dot API URL, and then we can kind of do this dot API URL slash users and do this. And now if I run this again, this should potentially work, I think. What? We got a problem. We got a problem. Oh, all right. I think we're good. I think we're good. So we do that. We do that. We got a network and the call failed. And it says, why did the call fail? The preview is this. Or is it because the cross origin policy? HTTPS. Why do I have HTTPS there? So we gotta have the HTTP, and now I should see CORS issues, right? There we go. So we see NestJS CORS progressive. So we say enable CORS, and it's done into nestfactory.create, and then we enable this with CORS, and then we see this, and then we try our app, which should now do the calls. 404 not found. So HTTP API slash users post is not found. What? Isn't this one the one? Okay. So we got create users, HTTP 333 API users. That seems okay to me. So HTTP localhost 333 API users. No, it looks good to me. HTTP. It says not found. Why does it say not found to me? And it's doing a post, right? What if I do a get? What if I do a get and I do this? I got the data. I got an empty array, right? So with post, it's causing errors. API slash user service. No. API slash source slash user service. So the create one, or the controller for this one, is this. We have a post. We have a post call, and we have a create DTO. The create user DTO has create input. Am I not passing the UID? I am. What is wrong? What is wrong? Do we have some sort of error that we're trying to find and see? So if I run this now, it says 404. Why does it say 404? That's not cool. Why do we get this error? I see the problem now. It should be not this dot find one, but this dot prisma dot user dot find unique. And the email is unique. What are you saying? Sorry, what? So we have, oh, we have a where query. Sorry, where? All right. So now if I do this, I should get the user created. So we got 500. That's good. We got 500. That's good. Also, let me quickly see the data that we are sending. So we are sending display name, email, photo URL, UID. Okay. We should have an error here and it doesn't show that. So we do a catch e console.log e return null. Right. So we do this. Now let's see. So it says something like invalid Prisma user create invocation. Games in participation ID was being expected, but it's not there. Shouldn't it be like Prisma service? Shouldn't it be something like an optional thing here, right? Shouldn't it be optional? Generate Prisma format. I don't know. Shouldn't it be optional? I think it should be optional. Anyways, that's what I thought, by the way. There we go. We got this created. We got the preview. We got games participants ID null blah blah blah. So we got this user, right? If I refresh, would it still try to create this? Most likely no. So now it says something like blah blah blah. I don't know what. So if I gotta remove, yeah, I gotta remove this thing that I just added there. What was that? Uh-huh. Main TS, user service. I added it in controller, right? So I need to just do this. I'm gonna get 409, that's fine. So I need to just do this. I'm gonna get 409, that's fine. All right, so we got the user created, and now we need to, once we get the user itself, then we need to store that in the user service. So we have that information, right? We keep that in memory. We don't do any sort of magic in that case. We just save that. So when we do the game service, no, the user service itself, I should say if there's an existing user, then we just return the existing user. Otherwise, we return the create stuff, right? So let's see. So when we refresh now, it's going to return back the user itself, and that's good. So we got the user back. We saved that user in the user service. So we're going to say here, the user service itself has the user. So here we got the user, or the backend user, so to say. Okay, so we should have the API interfaces somewhere, right? So we do have another lib API interfaces source. Anyway, so we have f user, which has the user itself. So it should be display name string. And this is something like this. So shouldn't we be using this? Can we use Prisma into? Can I use Prisma here? So if I use import from Prisma client, would it work? Would it work for me? Prisma dot user. If I do this, something like this. So if I do user, is it going to work for me? I think it's going to work. I think it is going to work. So it's going to be either user or null, but then once we get the HTTP post data, right? Then we assign it and we do it in a way. Can I use Prisma? I'm still skeptical about that. But if I can, then that would be awesome. Anyways, so I'm gonna go ahead and in the user service. So we got the user service here with app API DTO. So inside the user service, inside welcome, we have the component itself. Then we get the user itself. Okay. So this one is going to be Firebase user, right? And we got Firebase user here. And then inside here, we also need to update. So we save this. We also need to make sure that we are logged out. Is it a promise? Yes, it is. So async await this dot user. And we also need to use the user service in this case. So we gotta have something like private user service, and here we need to say this dot user service dot user equals to null. So we gotta set that to null as well, or we could do logout, something like that. And then when we do that, say logout, then we say this dot user equals to null, and this should be flash user. All right, let's call it user and FB user. So we got this, and in the welcome component, we got this, and in the pop-up, when we do all of that, and now I'm skeptical. So I now need to set the user itself into the user service. So we got to have this as an observable. So it's going to be an observable. This is going to be an observable of user or null, right? I'm going to import the observable now. And then we got to say something like user source behavior subject user null new behavior subject null. So we set it this way. What can we say user and just assign it to null? No. Okay, I'm gonna explicitly define it then. So observable user is gonna be this dot or actually I can remove this from here, which is good. So this dot user source dot as observable, and then we do this dot user equals, right? Then we remove this guy, but then keep this, and then keep this, and then we do user source dot next. So we assign this to null. Then we also say set user, this dot set user null, and then we do this user user null, set this to user. So I'm going to use the user source here dot next, provide it as a user. Is this Angular? Yes, this is. I should say this is user or null, and then we say user, which is going to be of type user or null. So we're gonna assign it with user or null, and now we got this. Oh, all right, all right, all right, all right. So now we're gonna just go ahead and in the welcome component, in the welcome component, no, in the app component, we're going to say create this if necessary. Then we get back the user, and then we do this user service set user user, right? I'm also going to just say here that this user is actually service, user service, right? So we got this user, which is an object, although when we create this, we need to set that this is gonna give us back a user from Prisma client. Now that we've got this, it sets the user, and then when we create a game, we will send the data to the server with the game itself. So let's say we went into the modal welcome component, and then we say create new game. When we do so, we're gonna also have the user here. So we're gonna say, and then that's gonna be user from Prisma. Import from Prisma client. So it's gonna be user, and then we do the same thing here. I actually think that we don't really need the top one, to be honest. We do have the user service dot user dot subscribe. Then we got the user, and then we got the user assigning to the user. And then this is obviously going to be either user or null. And this is also going to be something like this. Probably don't need Firebase here because we need user from there on, I think. So when we create the user, we're going to be using the user itself for this one as well, for FB user. So let's see. So let's play. Now we have the user here. So if I click log out, that goes away, right? If I refresh it again, don't have anything. If I say let's go, and then if I try to log in, you see that I logged in. I got the user from the database, and then I got the icon as well. So we are good. Now that we have this, I can quickly create a game. Then we also need to send our user ID here. So we got to send the user ID as this.user.id, right? And then in the new create game here, we are supposingly getting a user ID. Sorry about that. And then here we need to say user ID. And that's pretty much it. So we create a new game, we send the user ID, and that's pretty much it. I don't really think we should use an object here because yeah, it's just one thing. So string create a new game should essentially have this guy here, and then we should just send this here. But the thing is, undefined is not assignable to type. We have to make sure if this dot user doesn't exist, then we just return, we don't do anything, right? And I think we should be good in that regard. So once we create the game itself, we do let's go, then we log in, then we say create new game. Now this should create the API call, and that says 500. Great. That is because so game service inside API source games here, or game controller, we have a post. Inside we have a host ID. We don't have a user ID. We do have a host ID. That's why. So we're gonna go to our game service where we are actually doing this front end. So inside the front end game service, we are supposed to give this host ID set to user ID, and that should be good. So we're gonna say let's go. Then we are gonna say create new game. And we got the game. Hey, let's go. Body created at host ID. We got the host ID. We got the ID. We got the participants IDs. The URL itself, it's here. So now we can show that URL. We can change the URL and kind of share that. And once we do so, we should be able to show a different sort of URL here, maybe. So we say something like this. So we have an input game URL string, right? and we assign it by this. And then we say, so we are going to pass, we're going to get the game first. That is to be understood. So here, when we get back the game, we get back the game, and the game is imported from import game from Prisma client, right? So we get back the game, and then when we get the game back, we get it here in the component itself, and it's of the type game. So we say that the game URL equals a string, right? And then we have create new game. Then once we get back the game itself, we say game this dot game URL equals response dot URL, right? I'm just keeping this short and a bit dirty, sorry. So we're gonna pass this. We're gonna pass this from the HTML. We're gonna pass this from the HTML. We're gonna say something like game URL equals game URL, right? This means this should have a game URL. Yeah, it does. Can bind to game URL since it's not. What are you talking about? I do have an input called game URL here. Do you want me to create it again? Input game 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 URL equals this, and then this as well. So if I do this, everything is working fine. And if we have the game URL, then we show something like this. So wait a second. So flex item center, um, we're gonna have a similar sort of element here. We're gonna say a div and then class and then this, and then here we can simply say join the game, right? Something like join game. And then so this would show, I'm keeping it simple for now, ngif not game URL. You can also have something like this, game URL view. So we say something like else game URL view, right? HTML development is not assignable to type template. Okay, yeah, you're right. Template. You are right, and I am wrong. And here this should say join the game, something like a text to Excel, join the game, and also a MB of 2. And then here we have an href game URL, game URL, and then this would have a class of pg text purple font semi bold text xlg per se, right? So would it be something like this? So I'm going to quickly say let's go, and then we get a new game, and then you say join the game, right? And if I have, so this is the URL only, right? So that means I just need to, so we get the game URL here, and now anyone can share that. But then we also need to just say that this is going to be, then you go into round 1 and round 2 and round 3. So whatever that means. Now we got to talk about the game themselves. So we got this URL, join the game, and that should be something like href this game slash, and we got this, then we got game, and then we have round 1, round 2, round 3, right? So we got to go to see if there is game into game URL, right? So we're going to go and first delete our games. So I'm going to go refresh because I've created a lot of games now. So flashback has a game, and we have a host ID for all of those. So I'm going to delete this, say game, drop it, and then yeah, I think this looks good. When we check, when we get the game URL, we get it somewhere welcome.component.ts, then game URL. So we get it right here, right? So we say, let's go. It goes ahead and it sees if we don't have an FB user. So then we go ahead and then we try creating a new game, which gives us this response URL, right? But then we can always say location.href, right? Or location.path host protocol. So we have location.protocol or we have location.path name. I need to see locations, all objects. So we got location dot origin. Yeah, origin is the one that I'm looking at. So we got location dot origin slash whatever that is. So that means we're going to go to welcome component, and here we are going to say game URL. It's going to be something like it, something like this, location dot origin slash game slash response URL. I mean, when we create that URL, we could essentially say the same thing, but I think this is much better. So when we assign the game URL, it's gonna look something like this. And I think this is good. Continent, components, HTML. Yeah, exactly. This should rather be the game URL. Let's go. We do auth handler here and we create a new game. Then we click that, right? And then we go to the URL. All right. Final thing that we need to do is just to create the game component itself, which is this one. Now, if we have a URL already, then we're going to be waiting for those people in this game before we jump into the round itself. So here we're going to be using those folks. Yeah, I think we're going to be waiting for those folks here in this component. So far what we have is the welcome component. So now if I refresh, should have a user. This should open, right? Good. So one of the things that I know is in the welcome component, we want this guy to be flex. So no, this flex 1. So this goes all the way towards the right. Oh, it doesn't. Interesting. So we're gonna say flex 1 and then flex and then flex end, or no, items, no, justify end. So what I want is I want this log icon to be all the way towards the right side. And it seems like this should not have a flex 1. There we go. We got the log icon here. So these folks, I'm just gonna do a couple of things. First of all, I'm gonna say this is supposed to have a cursor pointer, and then we are also going to say that hover is gonna make the text purple, right? So we have like this animation. So when we have game landing or we have a game waiting, so we do have a background image and other stuff as well. So by default, what happens now is if I go to game component, it doesn't have anything. It just has a router outlet, which is fine. What I want to do is that when we go to this game, we should fetch the game itself. We should also fetch the score or the active game. So the game module here has some routes. So we got an empty route, which essentially has some redirections. I want to initially stay on a page where we can see participants. We could essentially create another component. So we can say something like NX generate and then narwhal Angular component, and then we have game slash lobby. So we should have a game slash lobby component. I'm going to dry run it so I can see what is the output of this one. So we got component source app game lobby. Yeah, I think that's good. So we got lobby here, which means that I can go ahead and now say that it's going to be, so when we find an ID here in the game, we're not going to do a redirect, but rather do a lobby here. So we should have a URL here, and then we should have a lobby. And then this should essentially say component, and then that should be lobby component itself, right? So we get that, then we have rounds, and then blah, blah, blah. So these ones should be something like round. And I think right now there's going to be only one round. So maybe it should be round only, and then here, game component, children, so it says something went wrong. So we're gonna open game.module.ts again. Let's see, what did we change? So children are gonna be just like this. What did I change? So we got lobby. So we got URL lobby, URL round, URL scoreboard, okay? Cool, 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 cool. So we got lobby component. We save this. I think we should be good. So in the welcome component, we're gonna be using the new game here, and then it should be game slash response URL slash lobby. So we go to the lobby, and then it should be the same thing with that as well. If you say join game, then what should happen is that when we click join game, then it should take us to this dot router. We don't have a router here, so we're gonna add the router to it. Private router, and then let's say we try to not to create any more of these, but rather go and put the URL in here. So I'm going to refresh this guy. I'm going to try to get the URL of this game. So we got this game here, and then we put the URL here, and then if I click go, it takes me to the game slash lobby. There we go. Right. One of the things that I know is if I use this mg round splash screen here, that would make it something. So if I do this, this is what I get. So I have a complete UI already there. Why don't I go and use it to my advantage in terms of slots, right? So I can do something like, if I have a round component here, I can probably just say, where do we have the title? So if we have a title, ng if title, then we show this, and we can also have some sort of ng content here. So if I wanted, I could use this lobby, and then I could use another div here where I could say something like text to Excel participants, right? So you see the text here. I'm going to remove this. Now this has made things much easier for me because now I can show all the participants right here and also handle this in terms of UI. So we got the lobby here. We're going to most likely say what are the participants here. So I'm going to save this, and actually, oh, we do have a flashback here. No, we don't need the flashback in this case. I'm also going to probably remove this ng on it because we are not doing anything there. And now we got participants. So first of all, when we go into the lobby, we need to extract the ID and get the data from the database. So we are going to say private route, route, and then we have activated route. And then what we can do here is that we can say this dot route dot snapshot dot, then we have query params dot, and then we have URL, right? So here we can get the URL somehow, and then we have const URL equals to, and then what we do is that we can say get game URL string, and then we do something like this dot get game URL. We can say this is a string, or we could make sure that if it's not a string, then we do something else. We could also say something like if not this dot URL, or if not URL, then we need to say something like return. Otherwise we get the game. Here we say this dot game. So we need a game service, game private, game service, get game URL string, and then we just need to say return this dot http. This is really nice. API games URL. Thing is, we cannot use perhaps it like this because we need to have the API URL as well from the environment URL. So here we need to do something like this. We need to import environment, and then here all of the API games, or something like this. I need to change this to something like this. So we need to say something like this dot API URL slash games. So I do this, and then I change this guy. What just happened? This should API URL. So we do something like, is that good? I think yes. So we also have the get game. So we get game URL dot subscribe game, and then we get the game here. And when we get the game, we should be assigning it to the game itself. So we're gonna have just the game service. The game service essentially having sort of a game. So game source, we're gonna say behavior subject, or a new behavior subject null, and this is gonna be behavior subject game null, right? And then how are we using this in the service, the user service? Oh, we assign it. Oh yeah, so we can quickly assign it like that instead, which is this. I don't probably need to say this in that case. So we are going to keep an eye on the game itself, and we need to import observable. Then we need to say this dot game equals this dot game source dot as observable, right? And then here we have set game to game, and that is going to be game or null, right? When we set the game, we set the next to that, and I think we are good. So this means we're gonna get the game, and here we can say this dot game service dot set game to game itself. So we get the game, we assign it to that, and then we need to see the participants if there are any changes with the participants. So once we get the game, then things start to change, right? How? Because then we introduce Firebase, and then everything is going to be happening live in real-time database. So let's say that we're getting this, and then we also have private user service, and then we also have, so we would have two things here. We're gonna have something like a user and game, right? And then we need to import this guy. We gotta remove this guy from here. So we got the user service and the game service as well. Now what we need to do is, once we have received the game, right, we need to check if the user that we have. So what we need to do is we need to first get the game, and then we need to pipe this into merge map, right? And then here we get the game itself. What have I done? So then we need to return the user service dot get user per se. I'm not sure if we can just subscribe to the user itself. So we say something like, yeah, I mean, I was trying to do this exactly. So we don't have a get user, but we have this observable user, right? And this user can be subscribed to. So then we get the user itself. So we get the game, and then we get the user itself. The question is, I don't want this to be an observable in that case. So we don't need an observable, but we rather need a game per se. So let's say we don't have this, let's say. Then, or actually we have this, but we have this as user or null. Extract type alias. What did I do? No. So I need to import the user here. All right, let me think through. So we get the game, then we check if the game's owner is the current owner, right? So I'm going to put this back. Once we have received the game, we do set game. Then we receive the user itself, all right, with the game. So should we use combine latest with? So we pipe with one, and then we give this essentially this guy, right? So we do this, move this, we remove this guy from there. So combine latest with, then here we should have two things. We should have the game, and we should have the user. And then here we should set the game, and then we can say if game dot host ID equals to user ID, then we essentially say is host equals to true, or is host equal to false. So we can say something like is host. So here we can say something, I'm keeping this simple. So this dot host equals to true. That's basically about it. Yeah, obviously we want this to be filtered where the game and user both are available. So I'm gonna import this. Object is not potentially null. I filtered this out. What do you mean? Anyways, so we get the game, then we get the service, and then we try to see if this is the host or not. So let's see. So if I now try to go to refresh, and we do something like host binding. So instead of doing this, we can essentially do something like this, right? This dot something like this. Would it still give us errors? I don't think so. Refresh, right? So this only does it once. Cool. Awesome. So I'm going to remove the constructor. There was one thing that I was thinking about before coming here, and now I don't recall what that was. Lobby component, yes. So we are in the lobby. We should be seeing the lobby component, yes. We should also be seeing this here. So let's refresh. So we get this game service and refresh. So we get route URL, and that is null. Why? What? So route.snapshot.params.params.url, params as map dot get URL. So I got the URL now. We got the game now. So the game is this. The host ID is AC. The user ID is AC. Yay! And then we got the host is true. Cool. Awesome. So now I can see that the user itself is going to be shown here. And can we also include find one, right? Include. So include host true, participants true. So we're going to include those guys. Let's see. So I'm going to remove the lines from here. Then in the game, we do have the host as a current user. Let's go. And then we also have the participants. So there are no participants at all, but we have the host. So when we add a host, actually that host should become the participant as well. That's what we are not doing right now. Document flag for deletion, delete the document please. So that means in the game service, when we create a game, we should set this creation to connect ID and also to connect the participants connect, and then we have ID, host ID. So now we should have the game working in correct sense. So right now if I refresh, it's going to say not found because the game doesn't exist, right? So I'm going to go to welcome. I'm going to go to let's go. We create a new game. We get the URL. We go there. And what happened? API users, internal server. Shit. What happened? Which call failed? Maybe, maybe I know the reason. Maybe I know the reason. So the game has got to go. We're going to say game, or actually, let's delete the feedback itself. Flashback, drop it. Let's refresh. I think I may know what the reason is. So here, this should rather be something like this. I think so. So I'm gonna quickly create a game, right? And if I open this, we still got users, so that's fine. Games and participating IDs. At least the game is working. So we got the URL. At least we can refresh, get the URL itself. But the thing is, the URL that was there, what was the URL itself? So, no, that's not the one. So we gotta go into game, URL, and then we go, let's go, URL, go. Now this one works. So this is gonna go there, there. We get the game, we get participants, yay! And then we also get photo URLs as well. So we get participants, we get hosts, and then we can show them right now. What I'm gonna do is, actually, do I even need to say host ID? Because let's see. So Tailwind CSS is here, the UI is here. Do we have any sort of something called avatar? Avatar, avatars. So we got these ones. So we're gonna use this. In the lobby itself, we're gonna go ahead and in the games, where close everything. Then inside the lobby here, we have participants, and then we have no, we do have a flex. Then we have this guy, essentially loop over, and then we loop over something like ngIf async as game, and then we have a div for each. Maybe we don't need a div, but then we got, yeah, I think actually it's going to be flex, and then we have an image that is an inline block, well rounded. This should be something like source and then game. So ngIf game. I'm actually going to wrap all of this up in then ng container. Then I'm going to use ngIf. Then I'm going to use this guy here. Then we're going to say participants. That's so weird. That's so weird. The way this was showing the error. That's so weird. So source is going to be game, or actually we're going to look into participants. So we're going to say ng4 participant of game dot participants, and it says right now that it's not possible. So we go into there, we look at the user service.game, which is of type game, which is something that Prisma is sending it out, but we don't have participants IDs. So we create a new folder called interfaces game.face.ts. So we say something like import Prisma game from Prisma client extend or interface. All right, so iGame extends game, and then it should have participants having iUser. Would we have iUsers anywhere? So we're gonna use these bad boys right here, and this is gonna be, I'm going to actually have this as an observable. All right, I'm not going to initialize this. I'm going to import the iGame. So we are going to say import iGame from interfaces game.interface and then export, right? So we export that, we get it here, we assign to this, and then we say this dot game equals as observable iGame, right? So we typecast it, and then here in the HTML now we should have participants, right? And now I should be saying participant dot, and then we have photo URL, right? So if I do this, there we go, we got the picture. So we got this guy here. Then we are also going to have a text, something like font, semi bold, and then we are going to have participant dot display name. So once we do so, we should be getting just like this, right? And then we should have sort of a margin left of 4 to this, something like this. So participants Mohammad Ayaz. We can also have some sort of text here that says div and then class ml1, and then we only show this if participant.id equals, and then we have user. So user async dot id. If that's the case, then we show this, and then we also say u, right? Something like this. So you see the name here. Now a couple of other people could also use the same application, and they can join the same game, right? All right, so we got the participants here. One of the things is that if someone is the host, we don't need to do anything. But if we find that, so if the host is not true, then that means we need to say, we need to confirm from the user if the user wants to join or not, right? So we want to say something like confirm const confirm, and I'm going so dirty right now. Window.confirm, do you want to join the lobby? And then they would say yes. So if confirm, then we make a call, right? So we take out the URL and then we do this, right? So if the confirm is true, we join the game. So now it's getting a bit out of hand, because then if we join the game, then what we get back is should be a game itself, and then we should just do this dot set game or game service dot set game and then game, right? So when we join the game, why are we doing this? Games.url slash join, and then we have this. So for join game, the URL should be there. No, the ID of the user, the ID of the game should be there. Or is it the URL that we are using? I think we are using the URL. Join game has the ID of the game. Should we be using URLs instead of IDs in this case? Maybe we should. Maybe we should. But it really doesn't matter. I mean, we could use the ID in this case. Anyways, but we should be using URLs. No, I think we should be using URLs. So we're going to go to game.service API, and then here we should be using for join game, update, remove for join game, and yeah, this should be URL. So URL, trying the query, then we say URL, then we say URL. Similarly for ID leave, also we could just use the URL there. URL. This should be just ID, and I think we're good, right? So here, when we join the game, we send the URL. We should also be sending the user ID, so we know that game service is using or game controller is using the URL ID. So we get the URL, then we also get the user ID in the API. All right. So what we need to do is in lobby component, we pass the URL, but we also need to pass the user ID. So we need to say user.id, right? And then we set this, and then we get user ID string, right? And then we use user ID here, right? And then we essentially return back game just like this. So this should exactly be the same for leaving a game. So join game and leave game should exactly be identical. All right, so now we still get the participants. Okay, now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to open another window, and I'm going to log into from another window. So I'm going to use my MongoDB, and then here I'm going to go to the game lobby. It takes us to the homepage. Why? We have a app.component in which we redirect to, yeah, I think I need to remove this code here. So we need to just return from here, right? So even if I go to here, you got to go and say let's go. Then I need to log in from here, and then you could either take out the URL, or it's not the URL, but it's rather the ID of the lobby. So enter game URL here, then you go there. Now it says, do you want to join this lobby? If I say cancel, it only shows me the existing participants, right? But if I accept this, then I say okay, and now I should have received another game. No? So we got the participants. Oh, we're missing something. We're missing something. In the call, we are missing the include clause. So we are missing that. In the users, in the game service, in the join game, we're missing the include clause. Game service.find one. Exactly this one. So when we find one, we should be including those. And then when we get back the data, select or include. So when we get back the data, we set that as well. So if I go ahead and go into the user and try to leave it from there, so we got this game where we have participants. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take the URL, and I'm going to go to leave game where we have this particular game, right? And then we have what ID does the user have? This user has the ID of this 68, right? So we go to our code and we do this. So once we do this, yeah, we get back the data. So the user has left the chat, right? So now, oh, and I also have not seen one thing. So it shouldn't be just that you're not hosting. We should also be checking if, so this should game.participants, participants ID not equals to user ID. So if we match an ID, then we are good. But if that's not the case, then we're gonna have to say, hey, do you want to see if, do you want to join the lobby? So I'm gonna say cancel. If I refresh now, cancel, you see we keep getting the message now. So if I say okay, there we go. Let's go. The people are now able to join the games as well. I'm going to be doing a couple of things here. So we got the data, we got the game, the user itself. We got the lobby working. Is host participating. So we say this host equals to game host ID and user ID, right? Then we also say this dot is participating equals. Then we say if we're not participating, then we ask them, do you want to join the party, right? Um, and then if we are participating, then we can have a button to leave the party. So we could have something like this, where we would have sort of a flex here and a flex one and a justify end. So in this one, we are going to say ng if participating, or not ng if, but maybe a style dot display or class dot hidden equals. So if we are not participating, we could do it the other way. So we can say if we are participating and participant dot id equals user async dot id, something like this. They're being weird, being freaky weird. If we have participating and then we need to sort of wrap all of this up into a negation, then we need to hide this button. So we are going to say mg button. Is mg button not something that is common? Is it part of the welcome? No, I think we just have a div. GitHub Copilot confusing me. Button, leave game, leave. Huh. And then inside this lobby component, should have a leave game. This dot game service dot leave game. We should have the game dot URL, and then so this user itself is here. So we do this dot join game with URL user. So we got URL string user or iUser. So we got user here. All right. When we say leave game, we do just one thing, and that is this dot user dot pipe first subscribe user, and then we do this. So we say leave game URL string, and that's it. So we get the URL, and then we get the user dot id. So we do sort of a merge map, something like this. So we get the user, then we return, and then we do. Why is this a problem? Take one, oh, and then filter. Why though? This is so weird. Why would you do that? So then I should just do this. Now that becomes a problem. That's so sad. Take one, it should be user. File database essentially is a service. So we shouldn't be using that. And this should be empty. So I think we would be using the Firebase data to use it something like this, right? So look at this. So we got Angular Fire database. We need to get this working first. Then we should have sort of a DB class, which is this. So DB Angular Firebase, and then what is happening? Private DB Angular Firebase database. If I do this, is my app going to start crashing? It doesn't seem like it, so we're good. So we can then say, once we have got the URL, then we get the game, and then we also do this dot listen to game events and then URL, right? So what we are going to do here is that we are going to say URL string, and here we can say this db dot object. Here we can say games slash URL value changes subscribe. I think this is a good start. And then we just say something like game as iGame. I'm not really sure if we should be storing everything in the database for for the game. So we got flashback default RTDB and then blah blah blah. Once we start the game, we should do something like this dot db dot set or object, and then game URL dot update, and then we'd say something like started. So we're gonna say started or state started true or state, and then we can say something like started for now at least. So one of the things that we do want to see is we just need to do a console.log here, and we shouldn't be doing that into listening to game events. Maybe we should, maybe we shouldn't. I mean, we shouldn't do it at least until we have got the game the first time. So we get the game, we get it right here, then we get game service or get game, then we listen to it, and the URL itself is that, right? Then we start listening to it, then we say start game, started, and also we should have a console.log game state or game changed game, right? So we do something like this. Okay, so in this case we do have this particular game, right? So we do have this now. So I'm gonna join this party with this guy here. Do you want to join this lobby? Yes. Then I need to say this as well, right? And if I started there, then it should also reflect here. So game change is null. But then wait a second. Wait a second. When we get the latest state from the game itself, then we should listen to game events. But even before so, we should say this dot db dot object dot set, and then that's game, right? So we should be doing that. So game change, you see that we got that. Then if I start the game here, game changed, and then towards the other side as well, we got the game changed and the state got started. Cool. So we can also listen to the game in a way that we have. So we do game service.getSam, then we set the database, then we listen to game events. If you are the host, then you can set this. If is host, then you need to set that, right? If you join the party, this dot join game, then you also need to set this. So whenever you join the game, then you also help update this game. I'm not really sure, to be honest. If you are the host, then you set it. If you join an event, then you need to update the participants with game.participants. No, this join game is gonna have game. Let me think actually. So we say something like participants and the join game itself. What does it return? So this is not returning game itself. This is returning join game, iGame, leave game, iGame, get game. Also gonna be iGame, game, game, game. So we save this and let's see. So let's say someone leaves the game. So when someone leaves the game, we should be, so when we start the game, we say start state, right? When we leave the game, we also set this to, right, participants, and then, right? So we leave game, we do that. We join game, we do that. We listen to the events, we set the game. I think we should be good. So we go to lobby, right? And then we got the other guy joining as well. So if I say leave, that person left here as well. Good. And if I refresh this and if I join this, that person got here as well. Good, 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 good. We need to check the state if it is started or not. And then we need to also do check game service set game. And then this dot db dot, I actually need to check this. So value changes. So we have value changes dot pipe. Then we have distinct until changed, until key changed. and then the key is state, and then we have this, and then we have what? So in this case, object.value changes, then we got pipe, then we have distinct until key changed, right? It takes this object itself, its path to reference, then the value change itself is an observable. Then we got this guy here, and then we have this. So game itself is unknown. Oh, okay. So this is going to be something like I game. Now the state, can we also add filter to this? But then still it says I game or null. So potentially null. If we use distinct until changed, then what we have here? Comparator. So we got this, and then we return a dot state not equals to b dot state. Oh, so we do need equals here. So this guy should have and b dot state, and then I game itself should have a state, and here we should have some sort of export interface game state equals or games. Oh, actually this should be an enum. Here we should have like started, finished, not started, not started, right? Or we should have, yeah, maybe null. I don't really know. Null cannot be here, right? So we have a not started. So by default, we have this guy when we initiate this. So we get the game, right? And if I'm the host, so we get the game first time, then we combine it, then we set the game, we listen to game events with the URL. If I'm the host, then we set this game, right? Game. But then the thing is, if a game is already running, then what would happen? If I refresh, then it's gonna go all. So maybe what we should do is this dot start game if or set game to. So we create this set game in Firebase, right? And then we first check, and this is going to be async. So we are first going to see if not this host, then return. Otherwise, we are going to say const game equals this dot db dot object snapshot. So this is not an object, right? Snapshot changes is an observable. Query is a database query, which we don't really want. Value changes. So this object itself is an Angular Fire object. Then we have a snapshot changes dot pipe or to promise first value from pipe first value from. Is it something that we could use, or is it something like first value from? So we take an observable and then we return a promise. So it should be something like this: first value from, remove the pipe, and then this, right? So we get the game, so we can say current value, and then if we say if current value state, if not current value dot state, then we can say something like this dot db object dot update state waiting. This is also good. So we can use perhaps game interface and see waiting, then here waiting, right? So game state dot waiting, the state is of going to be of type game state. So we need to say current value dot state snapshot action unknown, and this should be sort of a wait here. Snapshot action, snapshot action. Can we get that? No. And that would be as I game, as promise I game. No, it's not gonna work. So we get current value, we get the value state, and if it's not there, then we do something. I'm really lost right now, but let's see. Let's see. So I'm gonna say first value from. Let's see them documentation. So first value from RxJS. So what it does is that it says await first value from source, and then it's a number, and that's it. So this object itself is going to be of iGame, which means this current value is going to be of a snapshot icon. So current value dot payload dot exists. Then we assign it as game and then waiting, right? Was it something else as well? Subscribe game. Where is that? Oh, here. All right, so this was a problem. So here we are doing a pipe which closes there, and then we have so b dot state, that's fine. So if the state changes and we check the game dot state is game state dot started is possibly null. Yes, I know. Then we route it to round. All right, let's see. So we did a bunch of things here. Let's see what happens. So first of all, we're gonna see if I refresh this, we do see some data. If I go to flashback here, we do have some data here. If I change this to start, then nothing happens, right? So in flashback, we got games here, then we got this guy here, then we have state, which is started, right? I want to change it to waiting. I'm gonna go and refresh this. And if I now change this, then it doesn't change. What's happening? So I'm gonna go there, listen to game events. So we do value changes. My game phase changed automatically right now. Let's say you want to emit an event where all of the components have changed. Game state dot waiting, right? And then this should be, so if the payload doesn't exist, we set it, but when we start the game, then we do this, right? Now we're good. So you're gonna change this to waiting again, right? Refresh. So we're gonna do a back here quickly. Then this guy. So we're gonna see refresh. So we have both of those working. So this one is right now on lobby, but if I do start here, then it changes. And now both of them are on the round. Let's go. So the game starts for all of those at once. And then we have a timer running. So in the end, when the timer ends, that's when the game ends. Cool, 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 cool. All right. So what we have so far is that if a round has already started, we quickly go to the lobby, if applicable. So this is where it becomes interesting. So if the timer that we have, if that's the one that is started, we should show the round starting. Otherwise, we shouldn't be. So let's say we have. So when we change it to starting, we should have a couple of those. So I'm thinking out loud, but I'm gonna also be looking at your responses as well. So we're gonna have starting, right? We're gonna also have a look at the lobby itself. So if let's say if we have, we can also have alive, true, and then on destroy. We got ng on destroy. This dot component alive equals to false, but we can also do it right here in the ng on init as well, right? So this dot is component equals to true. Now, one of the things that I want to do is pipe combine latest with filter, and that is happening in the get game. So we call get game service first, and then we combine it with, and then we have update, but then this one also has to have a pipe of take while, and then we do this, and then we do this, and I also need to do the same thing for this guy here. So the thing is, we need to see what is the state when someone joins the lobby. Is it that the game is starting? If that's the case, then we need to do a router. Then we go to the round. So we got the game state starting or started. So or the game state says that you have started. So if that started, then we go to there. I'm going to remove the else for now, but we are going to look at that later. Now, when we go to the lobby itself in the component, in the round component here, we first need to get the database. So we are going to say something like game state. So we do something like a private db Angular, what is called again, lobby component, and that comes from Angular Firebase Database. So here we're gonna import this guy, and we are going to say Angular Fire Database. So when we do an ng on init, we need to do this. We need to see show splash if applicable, which means that we're going to see this dot db dot object, and then we have a URL. So we need to first get the URL as well. I'm gonna put this guy here for now. Lobby component. Then we got a router. Actually, the URL is being fetched from activated route. So I'm going to import activated route. We already have that. Then the lobby itself. So we get the URL from the URL parameters, just like this. So we get the round component. We go here. We check if not URL, then just return, or we could also redirect to welcome screen. So we can add the router here, private dot router, and then we import this router quickly. Then we say db object, yeah, return, but also this dot router dot navigate, and then to welcome. Okay, so then we say this object is going to be games plus URL value changes subscribe, exactly this. But then the thing is, we just need to do this once. So when we say value changes, we say pipe, and then we also say first, and then we get the game. So in this case, we also see game unknown, and this object essentially is of the type game, right? So we are going to check game.state is game state dot start. If it is starting, then we show the splash screen, something like this. We also change that to started, right? But I'm thinking, would it be, and this would only be if you are host. We are also going to combine this with, or combine latest with, just like this, right? So we are going to take the first out of it in the lobby, in the round. So here we got the first, and then we did combine latest with. So we're going to RxJS, going to also add user service. So private user service, and then we got the user here, right? So we got sort of the game here, and then the user, right? And then we can check is host. So const is host equals user.id equals game.host id, right? Something like this. So the user.id would also be something like this. So if we have this as the host, what's happening? Why is this not formatted? Game state. So if this is host, then we do this dot game state, or this dot db dot object dot set update, no, dot update, and sort of change the state to game state dot started. We could also call this playing, so we could say something like playing. All right, so we change that to playing. So if we have the situation where we have this as playing, then you go to the round. Right now, it seems like it says round starting, good luck, but does that cause any errors? So this is the fallback case, and this is the initial case. So right now, the state here is started, so this should be something like playing, right? Is what we are looking at. And this one, what does this do? So in the lobby component, or in the round component, it essentially has splash visible false. So we have directly the round itself, right? But let's say we had a situation where we had this set to starting, right? And if I refresh this, we see this, and then this changes. Cool. So let me do this again. So starting, so I'm going to change this, and I'm going to quickly change some code to see what happens here. So we refresh this, and then it's changed, right? But if I refresh this, it still changes for me. What about this one? So this is playing, and now this doesn't change. So if I change this again, now this doesn't change. Okay, cool. All right. So now we are playing the game. That's good. And I think finally what we need to do is we just need to have a button that ends the game. So when we end the game, we just go and check the scores, right? So let's say this round splash or this lobby, no, this not the lobby, but this one has the a button. So a div that has a class of button, and then it says finish round, right? And then we have something like click, and then we say finish round. What do we need? We do need splash visible, else a splash. It's probably fine. So we finish the round with this. So I'm gonna remove all of this bad boy here. We do have value changes first being applied here, and then we have finish round in which we just say this dot db dot object, and then the games. This route is size short paramap dot get URL update. What? Yeah, we need to set this to URL. So URL string, and then we need to set this because that's gonna be tough. This dot URL or game URL per se. So game URL would be this one. Then game URL, game URL, game URL. Actually, this dot game URL, this dot game URL. What? This dot game URL, this dot game URL dot update. And then we do object, and then we set the game state. When we change the game state to finished, what we need to do, we have an error. This dot URL. Where is this? Round component.ts. Oh, okay. But now then I would have to go and change everything else, right? This dot URL, game URL, right? So now that we have this, we're gonna change this to finish. We are also going to listen to this first somehow. So when we finish the round, we should be doing we're gonna say game URL, right? Then we are going to say listen to events, and then we got something like this dot tb dot object, and then we got this. So game URL value finish subscribe, right? If the game is finished, then what you need to do is you need to use router dot navigate, and then we got scores. So this one is going to be something like this. So we're going to say this dot router navigate this dot game URL, right? So this is going to be obviously of the type iGame, and then we got this. Did I miss something? Did I miss the did I miss the call to this dot? Yes. So I'm gonna say playing again, right? Let's keep it playing for now. And then listen to events. So now it's gonna listen to all the events. And if I say finish round, shouldn't it have moved to scores? Or is that not something that sources? And then we got round component, component.ts, this or tb, value changes, blah, blah, blah. So if I refresh this, this comes here, goes forward, game.state, finished, right? So it goes in, does it go inside? So router.navigate, and then game/game URL/round. That's why. And this is the last one is called scoreboard or scoreboard. A scoreboard it is. So we're gonna say scoreboard here, and there you go. You go to the scoreboard. So you go to the scoreboard, skedoodle, right? And the thing is, if I wanted to even go to round, it will take me to the scoreboard. If I want to go to lobby, however, that's gonna take me to this lobby. Now the lobby should also have this code. So lobby should have this state where else if we have game state finish, then you go to scoreboard, right? So let's save this, and you see that scoreboard is where it takes us. So we're good. We're doing good here. All right, so now that we have the states defined, Should we try with a new or with a fresh state? So we're gonna start with removing everything. We're gonna go to welcome and also here welcome as well, right? So let's say that we're gonna log out first, then we're gonna log in. We're gonna create a new game, and this is the lobby. Join the game. I can also go here and see what's happening. It did set everything to not component, set game. Something is fishy here. So I'm gonna put a breakpoint here. I'm gonna put a breakpoint just there. If I refresh now, it comes there, you see, and the game is null. And we need to make sure that that's not happening. So the lobby component itself should have filter, and then game should be game, and then take while, right? Let's do this. I'm gonna refresh this guy. We get this, right? And now I can copy the URL and use it into another page. So I can say, let's go, create on join. So I'm gonna join the ID, click go. Do you want to join the lobby? Okay. So we see the lobby, both of them are right now quite aligned with each other. This one doesn't say leave for some reason, although it should say leave. So if I refresh now it says leave, right? There's some problem. We're gonna fix that bug later. All right. So if I say start, this should have changed the state, which it did not. So if I say start, it says go to round. Sorry, what? Async, await, and then go to game URL round. So we're gonna say playing. No, this should be starting. Should be starting. What? I gotta go back and see the game. So which is the game that I'm playing right now? Let's see. Do I have a log? Do I have a console log? No, I don't. No, I don't. So now if I say this, it says finish. So let's say we also have this guy here with the participants, IDs and whatnot. Is this the URL that we have? Right? We have that one. No, this one is completely messed up. Oh, because we said that. Uh-huh. Let me do this once again. There was a data that we messed up. So this game actually is not correct. I'm gonna say flashback, drop, go to welcome, log out, welcome, log out. So we're gonna refresh now, and then I'm going to delete. So you see there are only participants here, which doesn't make sense. So I'm gonna delete this record, and then try creating another one. Actually, I'm gonna delete this one as well. So now we say let's go. We add one. We say add. What? No. No. Why does it say okay, because it's already that's sad. So we say welcome here. Let's go. Then we create a new game. Go there. I do want to see the data now. So here it should be the games is still null. Why is the game null? So something happened actually. Our initial game is not being set up. Our initial game is not being set up. Why is that? Flashback. Why is that we don't have a welcome? We log out, we refresh. Now let's see, why does it not set the game? So when we do welcome and when we go to the lobby itself, then we first go ahead and we get the game. We get the game. We go ahead and then we check the user. We check listen to game events, but we should be doing that perhaps at the end. Then we also set the game. So we set the game here. Then we check is host. Then we use this, which checks is host. Maybe we should use this like this dot is host. And then we should say is host boolean and then just use this here. So we get the first current value. If the payload doesn't exist, then we add this. So this is something that we have not used yet. So let's try and see what's happening there. So we're gonna say lobby. What happened? Refresh console. Lobby. We are already in the welcome component. So we do let's go, and then we enter a game URL. Let's say we go there. Game not found. It's fine. But now at least I can use the lobby component, yes, right? So I'm gonna go to this file and try to find the second guy here. So we say let's go, we say create new game, generate this game. We should perhaps not just set it right then. Anyways, the is host is true, so it goes forward. Then it tries to get the value out of it, something like that. Then the current value here has a payload and has a reference to it. Then the exists, we got to check the exists method. So exists is going to be something like this. Then we update that. But this should, so what I was saying that this shouldn't be happening here. When we create the game itself in the welcome, I think that's when it should happen. So I should probably remove it from here because I feel like this is a bit weird, you know. So I'm gonna quickly go outside of welcome, and when we set game component, so create new game, game URL, and then here we should be setting this. So we should get first database here, private db Angular Firebase Database. Come on, now you should be very familiar with how to import that. And go here, add that. So we got the DB here, and then we just need to set that, and then we should call it game rather, game.url, game.url, and then we should set this with game state dot waiting. This is what should happen. So this logic would go from here, and then will not go to the lobby because that's clumsy. Yeah, we should not be doing that. Do all of this and that, yes. Delete everything. Yo, just delete my game. So I'm gonna quickly go and create a new game now. So we're gonna go to welcome, 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 create a new game, copy the URL. One thing that I don't really like is now we have it working. The participant IDs though is something that is set, but not the participants. And that is because when we create it, don't we return back the whole object. So we do games, right? And this is a post. So we do that, but then we get yeah, exactly. That's why the first time the participants are not showing up. So what we need to do is we need to go to game.service.ts inside the API, and then we need to include the participants. So when we create this, we're gonna return, and this should have an include participants true, right? So we get the participants. We should also have a host true, participant true, Prisma find many, blah 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 blah, remove. All right, so now this should work. We're gonna run with another game. So I'm gonna remove this guy as well. We're gonna run with another game. I'm gonna refresh now here. It's gonna take us to welcome or not, because it finds it in the database. Okay, that's fine. So I'm gonna go to welcome. I'm gonna refresh this guy. Let's go create a new game. Go there. You see the participants now? Good, because now we should be having that in the database as well. Participants, IDs, participants, 0, boom. All right, now I go here, and then I use as a user, say go, do you want to join this lobby? Yes, please. So now we got two of those. We start the game, round 1 is starting, good luck, let's go. There we go. The host should only be able to finish the round. So when I finish the round, we get to scoreboard. Yay! So someone starts playing a game, and then let's say it does some score. So what I would do is in the round itself, let's say we have a counter of the score itself. Let's say we get 5 points for each time someone scores something. So let's say increase score, and then we have score string, and then we said that, right? So if we are doing that, this doesn't need to be real time with other people. That isn't what should happen. I mean, this could be, but we really don't need that at the moment. So the score itself would be a number and would start with 0. We don't need to say a number when it's starting with 0. I'm probably going to remove the further states because we just need the participants, the ID, no, the state, the participants. We probably need the scores as well, but I'm not worried about that at the moment, at least. But let's say we got the score here. So we're going to say score, and each time we increase the score, we say this dot score plus equals to 5. Let's say for some reason, so increase the score, essentially saves the score in the database. We don't need to call it every time. We do need to call it when we finish the round. So here, I'm going to mark this async, and then I'm going to first save the score. Or actually, I don't need to save the score, but I just need to do something like this. So these two are not related. So we mark it finished. We say something like this dot game service. Um, and we're gonna take it from here. Private game service, service game service. We're gonna take it from here, or should it be score service rather? It should be score service rather. So private. So I'm gonna say something like score service, right? And then I can say something like score service dot create dot add score, and then this dot game URL and the score itself. So and this dot user ID as well. So we're gonna do this like this. So we are going to say, or do we have the user ID here? We should also have a user ID string, because all we need is a user ID here. And this is gonna be this. And then we got game URL. Then we also got this guy here first. We get the user. We do set this dot user ID equals user dot ID, right? So when we do this, then we need the user ID just like this. Then we add the score, and then we change the Firebase stuff, right? So they're kind of dependent, so I'm gonna keep them together for now. So once this is done, I'm gonna do subscribe, that, and then that, right? So when we add the score, we update the state to finish. I'm gonna go to our score service, and we are going to add a couple of things. So here, the HTTP class as well. So maybe just do this, score service, do that, remove this, environment, import this, HTTP client, import this, remove this, add score. Now this is going to be score number. We could also use objects, to be honest. So something like this. This is not good because that's not what I mean. So game URL string, and then user ID is a string, right? So what I need to do here is that I need to do this .http.post API URL score. Is it a score or is it a scores? Maybe it's scores. Scores, right? So scores.controller.spec. It's called a scores. So that's going to be scores. So we do a post call. We provide a score. We provide game URL. And then we also provide user ID. So when we do this, we save this as in how it's required. So we say something like score, this dot score, game URL, and then user ID. Wait, let's see. So when we create this, we get ID, not required, score, game, user. And this is not what we decided. So the create DDO should have, if I go to Prisma, so we have ID, this is by default, date is now, game is in relation, so we need to provide the game ID. We need the user ID and score, right? So in the service where we have this, we got to find this. Yeah, we got to find this and then add this as well. So that would mean that we need to revisit the Prisma schema. That means that I'm going to be going into create store DTO and this create input. So we have something like we're going to do something like, do we have users? I think we can use users as an example. So just create like this, Prisma service. We have Prisma service that we can put from the top, Prisma client as well. Actually, I'm going to do this. So I'm going to go and create a score service, and then we have this guy here, this scores service, Prisma service from here. This is going to be score, which is actually Prisma dot score create input, right? Something like this. We're going to add, we don't need to do this. All right, we got to find an existing score. So if we find an existing score, find unique, where So we got to see Prisma, MongoDB, unique, compound. I think in MongoDB you don't have combined ID. I don't think so. All right, I need to see this. So score services here should be fine, and check if we need to update the score or create the score. So should we do something like create or update? Create. Maybe you should use create, right? And then we have Prisma. So we do upsert, right? So we say upsert, and then we have a where query, where game ID. Should we have something like games controller, and then we should have something like update score, you know? So we do something like post URL score update or reflect or score. What we do here is that URL and then body is going to be not join game DTO, but add game score DTO.ts. So we're going to be doing this, going to be doing this. What I want to do is I need to say game create score, something like this, right? And nothing else actually. So what we want to do here is then I don't want to do anything here or make it exactly similar to what it was before. Yeah. All right. So I'm gonna go and games controller, and games controller should have, you should also say add game score DTO. So this one is gonna say game score DTO, add game score DTO, right? Add game score, add score, something like this. And then we have add game score DTO, the URL. Then we say, then what we need to say is this dot game service dot update, not participants, but score. And then we do a connect. So we say connect or create upsert. So we do an upsert of, or should this be the one where game URL ID add game DTO dot, this should be having something like game URL and then score number and then user ID string, something like this, right? So when we do this, and then where we do, so game URL score where unique input, we do need the score ID for some reason. But if we don't have a score ID, then we should say something like update or score or ID. So we should just create it once, and then we should say add game score DTO, and that's it, right? Keep it simple. So we add score when we finish this, then we add it quickly when someone finishes it, and then the others also have to submit that, right? So let's say we got add game DTO, and the query is add score on game, so on the game service. I'm keeping it simple. So I'm gonna go to app games DTO games controller. So this is API. In the game service here, we need to create another one. We are going to say add score, and then it's gonna have a couple of things here which we did in the score service perhaps. So we are going to actually do the same thing here in the game service. So add score, right? And then we have, no, we need to use the games, then need to use the game URL, then we need to use add score, and then we add the score, the game URL, and the user ID. So that means that from round.component.ts, when we do this, we do game service dot add score. So we are going to use game service. Don't need store service in this case. So we save that. We mark this as finished. In the meantime, if you are is still in the round component and this is finished, then we also need to route there. But before we do so, we also need to do the same thing. So we need to do this dot, or this dots, what do you call it? Router dot navigate? No, this dot game service dot add score, and then we got all of that. So we do it something like this. But then we don't need to go to the other place, right? So we need to go to add score, and we need to do something like this. So we need to do add score, subscribe, but this is also already happening. So maybe we just need to do this, but then in a good way. This dot finish round, call it finish round, right? And then we have this as well. I'm going to just replace this with what we just did. All right, so let's see. Let's see. This is going to be fun. So we got scoreboard works. There should be a button in the round component where we have finish round. So we're going to go to database and say playing. So we're going to change this to playing. We're going to refresh this or go back to the round. So here we go back to the round. So we also need to see the score somehow. So we got this button, got finish round, but we also should have another button, increase score. We should also have something like score, and this should be increase score, something like this, right? So we got one of those, we got two of those, we got increase score. Let's say this guy got 45, this guy got 20 only. But if I move this forward, then both of the scores should be sent to server. So I'm going to look at the network call here, clear this one, finish the round, and it failed. Yay, let's go. Sad. What is the exception? We add score, we send game URL, score, user ID. Three things, right? So when we go inside our API, source, app, games, game controller, here is what we are doing. So we are saying URL slash add score, where we get the URL, right? Then we say score, we are adding a new score, right? And that means that when we create this, we need to set score. Let's do this cleanly. So score, add game TTO, or actually we can do it in this way. So const score game URL user ID. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. So we got to have the score here, which is fine. Then do we have a game URL here, or should we have a game URL here? So the score has a game ID. There should be a game with the game ID. Should it rather be a relation with the score itself? So a score has one game and one game only, but a game can have multiple scores, right? So would I need to create a score creating those? And the score itself has a game, the score, the user. So should we do score create, score unchecked create without game input, score create without game input? So we do Prisma dot score create input. Can we have the score create input here? Then we shouldn't be having score create input. That means we should have just the score, the game, and the user. So we have the game here. Not really sure. So create itself, score create without game input. So if we do this, then that means we should have, but how would you create a score without game? So that means we are just passing user itself. Then even then we are passing the user or the user ID. All right, let's see. So we got score here, which connects, and then we have game, and then that connects ID game URL, add game score DTO. So can I create a score here? But then I would have to create the score and then link it here. All right, let's do this. So we create a score. So we should have the game service, but we also should have a score service. Private, read only, scores service. All right, I'm going to go back to that, whatever I was doing. So let's see. So score itself should be created just like this. When we create, we have create store DTO, whatever that means, create input, game, blah, blah, blah. So what we want to do is we want to say scores service, and this should create input just like the games controller one, just like this one. So what we need here is this. We're going to look into how to fix that though. So we return, we had add game score DTO or create score DTO, whatever you want to call it. So we're going to say create store DTO. This is going to get us the game URL. I'm actually going to remove this for now. So it's going to get game URL, and then we say something like this dot game service itself. What does it do? It says prisma.game.create, right? Something like this. So we need to do the same thing here. We need to do this. We need to say this dot prisma, and we don't have the prisma service here. So we're going to include that prisma service. So we go and we create a constructor, and then we need to import Prisma. We cannot, so we need to import Prisma from Prisma client. No, it is Prisma service. So game service is importing Prisma service from Prisma service. Score service is going to import Prisma service from Prisma service. And then we have prisma.scores.create. Then we have data here, which is this connect URL, game URL. And then we got user connect ID, user ID. And then we got include game user, right? So we create the score just like this. I think we should be good. So we got the games controller working for us. We just have one last thing to do and then we are good. So score services should be working fine. Then the app itself, it's using game service for now, but we have add score mentioned here. So we can either use it there or there. It doesn't really matter. So I'm probably going to use score service for that. That's fine. So we have the score game URL, blah, blah, blah. This is a HTTP post. So I'm going to go to my round component, and then here, instead of using the game service, we are going to use, how many places are we using the game service? Add score. That's pretty much it, right? So we say score service, we get rid of the game service, and then here we say score service dot add score, blah, blah, blah. And then we have those. So at this particular moment, we should not have anything in the database regarding scores. So I'm going to refresh now, flashback game user. So I'm going to try increasing the score now and play this again. So refresh, increase score, make it 40, 50, 15. Now I'm going to clear this guy. All of the calls are gone. And now let's say this guy finishes. So finish. So we got 2 calls sent to the server. Both of them failed miserably. Connection refused. API/users. Connection refused. Is my server down? Yeah, it looks like we have some problem. So Nest cannot resolve Prisma service because we need to add that to the scores module here. We need to also add it just like we did here, Prisma service. So we're going to add this to scores module in the providers, Prisma service, save this guy, should be good. So we didn't need to change anything. We still say finish round, internal server error. Okay, so we got some error. So in this case, we sent the user ID as completely empty. Why did we send the user ID as completely empty? Because we refresh the page, right? When we refresh the page, we don't really get the user itself. So we could have the same situation. So I'm gonna quickly, not gonna over engineer this and make this quick. So apps API, gonna remove that round component. In the round component, we did, I think we did get the user somehow using user service dot user. We are also doing this something like this, but I don't really like this. So we're gonna say get user, something like this, right? User service dot get user doesn't exist. Where's my user service? User service. Create user if necessary. All right, so I'm confused. I'm confused. What did I change? So here, why does it say that the user itself is not there? So we do get the user, but we get that when the component initiates. I think so. So app component is here. So create user if necessary. This is called, and then we set the user. So that should work because that's an app component. But then the API that is being called, I think that's where the issue is. So the issue would be from the round component. In the round component, we have finish round. When we finish the round, then we do score service dot add score user ID this dot user ID. What is this dot user ID and when we set it? When do we set it? Let's see. So the user ID is set only splash if applicable. Okay. So this is set only if we get combine latest with user. And if I refresh the page, then it's quite possible that that might be null and we don't have a user ID in that case. Could that be the case? So combine latest with user, then we also filter something like this. So I'm going to be adding this filter to RxJS. And then also we need to do first. Only take the first value. So this means in my round, if I do round component.ts, and then if I say finish round, in that particular case, I should have the values that I need. So I'm going to add some values here, add 2 or 3 here, and then I'm going to say finish round. In this case, the user ID is there, the game URL is there, the score is there. And then we do this. It takes the game URL, score, undefined, blah, blah, blah. So it should be going here, score, game URL, user ID. And now it should send the ID, right? So it then did come back, and now it's going to finish the round. Yes, let's go. And I think the final thing that's remaining is just the scores themselves. So we do get the round ended, which is good. In the scoreboard, I think what we need to do is just use this splash. So we're going to use scoreboard, which is this. So we're going to use this guy here, but we're not sending any title. So we're going to save this. But here we can also, I mean, we could get the background, and we can also show them like this, like round 3 scoreboard something something. So we could have something like this. So player 1, player 2, player 3, something like that. So here we're going to have some sort of, the scoreboard of course is going to get the game itself as well. It's also going to get the user itself as well. So I think maybe we shouldn't be doing, and the round is there. In the round we do get the game URL, right? And then we do listen to events, but we also, right, I don't think we need all of that. So when we open this one, all we need to do is just to use the URL with the private activated route like this. So we're going to go ahead and then we do private activated route. All right, so we got the activated route here. Then what we need to do is we need to get the game. So get game, and then what we need to do is we are going to say const URL equals, and then we get the URL, and then we use this dot get game with URL. And then what we need to do is we need to just say URL string or URL just for the sake of simplicity. And then here we say we're gonna have to say private game service, and then we do this dot game service dot get game URL subscribe, and then we set this game. So we say this dot game service dot set game, and then we also should say if not URL, then we also need to route private router. I don't really like this because I'm duplicating a lot of effort, but I need to get this done. Return, or this route, and then return, and then this should be something like welcome, right? So when we go to the scoreboard, we load the data and we set it to that, right? We also log the game, console.log the game, so I can see that as well. So here we do have this. I'm going to save this. So now I should be seeing in the scoreboard we have this, right? We should also be including the score in this case. So I'm going to go to my service, so game.service.ts in the API, and here we need to include score true. So when we get the game, is it create or get? No. When we do a find one, then we need that. So now if I refresh, I get the score, and I don't know why I get 3 scores, but I do get 3 scores for some reason. 191, 192, 193. This guy is having a score 10. This guy is having 60, and this guy is having 10. So we got 2 10s. That we do have participants in there as well. So what we do is that we take out the participants and then we show those. So what we would do is that we are going to say participants. So in the scoreboard here, we're going to say something like, I think it was similar like this one. Increase score, finish round. No, that was the one. There was one in lobby, right? So we did some magic in the lobby. So I'm going to do probably the same. Participants. So we copy this guy. We go to the scoreboard, paste this guy. We're going to say scoreboard. And then here we need to do a loop on participants, right? Then we get the photo URL, get the value, and then we get the score. The score itself is going to be, so it's not going to be hidden, that's for sure. No hidden classes. And then we need just one thing, and that is that we need a div, and that div should contain the participant's score. So for that, when we get the score, we need to set the score hash. So we can say something like, we can set the game itself. So let's see. So here we have set game, and that's going to be our record, string and number, right? Something like that. I don't know why I did put it like this. Or we could do something like new record. So I'm going to put this here. And then what I can do is that when I get this score, then I can do something like game.participants.map, and then we get participant. And then what should happen is that we should find the score. So we can simply say something like const score equals to game dot score dot find. Is it a score or a scores? It's a capital score. So that means game or game dot interface dot ts. It's essentially score, which is an array. It's of type created at game id score. So we say score id and user id. Let's say two things. Okay, so score is an array, score number, and then user ID string. So something like this. So here we start looking into score. So we say game.score.find, and then here we say score dot user ID equals to participant.id, right? So when we do this, we find the score. If not score, then we do return, or we could do something like this. We could say this dot score participant id score 0. Exactly, GitHub Copilot, thank you so much. So when we get this, then all we need to do is we're gonna say here, we can say something like score, and then we can say participant dot id dot score. Actually, I think that's what we want. So when we are in the scoreboard, we have some issues. Game does not exist. Yeah, exactly, game doesn't exist. Why do you think that game exists here? Do we really need game? But we do need game. We need participants. So game is of type game or I game. And then we got this, and then we dot game equals to game. So then if I refresh this now, user dollar doesn't exist. So we have score, or is it this dot score, right? So we have participant.id, and then here we have score participant.id, right? And if I refresh now, I don't understand this. So we are looking at console, which says cannot read properties of undefined participants. Interesting. So in console, where we log the data, let's refresh this. We have participants array and then whatnot. Oh, we also need to say something like, if this, all of this would be shown when we have the game, right? So we're going to say something like ng container this, and then we can say ng if game. Do we have other problems? Game and score. So the score should be I don't know, a new map. How to create a new record? Actually, how to create it? Let's do this. Then don't do this. Yay! Let's go! Finally. All right. So we got the game. We got the scores. We got the game. Everything looks good. Let's run this once again, and I think we should be good. So I'm gonna go to home. Let's go home. No way home. So I'm gonna go to let's go. We create a new game. Let's try to actually have this guy create the game first time. So we're gonna create a new game. We're gonna go to that. We're gonna pick this guy. Then we're gonna say game ID here. We say go. Do we want to join the lobby? Yes. And now you see that here it says MongoDB as you. This guy is you. Since this one is the owner, this one starts. Round start. Good luck. Some awesome. So we increase the score. Let's say our guy finds out and nails this match and then says finish round. So 130, finish round, 130. Yes. Now I have a problem here. Why is the second person's score 0? That is not good. Here we see the right data. Here we don't see the right data. So do we have participants too? How many scores? 1. If I refresh now, we see the data. So that means at the end of the person who's creating this, we only get 1 data, right? So that means when you finish the round, you do this, subscribe, and you also sort of add a delay here. So pipe delay, let's add like 3 seconds to this. So I'm hoping by the time we do 3 seconds, it should be still good. So I'm gonna go back, here, and then no, it's gonna go to scoreboard as soon as it gets the data. We're gonna create a new game. This is looking good. I like it. So let's play flashback. Let's go create a new game. Go there. I'm gonna copy the URL, and then I'm gonna go here, give the ID here, go, want to join the lobby, yes please. We see both of those. We start the game, round starting, good luck. Alrighty, so we go here, increase this, we go here, increase this, And then let's say this one is the one who finishes the round. So 90 and 65. So if I finish the round, no, no. So that means we are not doing this in the pipe. Set timeout. Sorry. Sorry, set timeout. Sorry. All right, I'm gonna go and start a new one. Maybe we should have a button of like going to welcome page or something at the end. But yeah, I'm gonna do it like this for now. I don't want to spend too much time on anything apart from finishing this. So we go there, we join the lobby. Oh, we were looking at, so I'm gonna start this, increase the score, increase this one, 65, finish the round, move it after the DB update. Could do that. And that means I'm not doing it correctly. That means that we need to wait for this guy and then do this. All right, let's jump into the game logic finally. All right, so we're going to create a grid of multiple rounds. So let's say we create a new game now, and we can also have in the scoreboard at the very bottom, we could have some sort of like div that has a class of empty3, and then this also has a button that says restart, start new, something like that. Go to home, and then we do something like router link, and then that's probably fine. So if I do that, go to home, there we go. We're gonna also have button sm. So previously we were here. I think we just need to set this as a text center. Interesting. And then also a max with md sm. So if I remove the sm, then it becomes a bit bigger, right? Then I can simply say that this is like, so width should be fit content. There we go. And now we should have a flex here that says justify center. So now we click go to home, and it does that. Now let's quickly go to the go to the game itself. So what we have is we just have a background, right? And this background only is supposed to have a set of grids. So this would be like 24 grids. So we can probably have fun with that. The round itself is gonna then start having that. So I'm gonna kind of comment these out. I'm gonna create a grid, and then we have grid rows. So how many rows are these? So these are rows, 3, but then we have, so this one is gonna have a row span of 8. And what is it doing exactly? I'm gonna comment this. GitHub Copilot, what are you having me done right now? I just need to say test, and what does it do? So it has only one span, obviously. So we are going to use flex. We are going to say flex wrap, and we are going to have items in there that I'm not looking at right now. So let's say width 12 pixel, no. 32 pixel, no. Maybe 32 pixel sounds good. Height 32. Then we say cards. So let's say we got a card of some data. So let's say grid. So a grid is, let's say, a new array of 24 elements dot fill 0, and then we have grid, or we could say cards actually instead of grid, because it's not a grid. Cards, and then all we need to do is do something like this, and then we have comment this out, test. So card dot value is actually just the card itself. So if I just do this, cards does not exist there. Why? Because I have not saved this. So now I got like test, all of those. But the thing is, if I move this forward, we see more of those. Then we also need to have some sort of a BG to this. So let's say BG purple, shadow, SM, and then we also have a border black, right? Something like this. And then also we have this title. So we can just have a div here with this card, and then we also say something like flags, item center, justify center. We save this. We see now that we have like this grid. We should have sort of a gap. So we are going to say gap 4. So we are going to have a gap of 4, right? Looks good. Then we are also going to have a justify or align or item center, justify center. So they are kind of in the middle of everything. So we got all of those, right? So this is how it would look in general. Too many maybe? I don't really know. Size of 16. we can make it configurable somehow. So 16 it is, right? Then what needs to happen is, wait a second. So this container, it should have a width, full, height, full, flex, and then a line item or item center, justify center. So we can see all of them in the center, right? Now we can talk about flipping those. So we flip them when clicking on them. So we click and flip. We need to create an interface for the card as well. So let's say card.interface.ts export iCard, and that is going to be interface, and then we have each card has a value that is a string, and then is flipped boolean, is matched boolean. I think this is the only one that I can think of as well. And then we have a round component here, and then we have cards which are supposed to be iCard array, and then here we essentially fill them with value, fill with 0, but then map, and then map should essentially return value test is flipped, false is matched, false, right? And then in the cards, we go here and then we show the card dot value, right? So we save these, we make sure that everything is working. It is. Then what we do is that we get a selection out of it, and then we mark things as we go. So we need to create some things in this function. I don't want to create, but I am going to create flip card, and then we do card is flipped true, right? And then also, so what we do here is that we maintain a state machine. So we do it in this way. We say that first selection, first selection, and then it's going to be iCard, and then second selection, and then that's going to be our card. Okay, so when we click on a card, we say on card click or card clicked. We do this, we say card iCard. So we say if the first selection already exists, it's good. The second selection is going to be the card. We do a check for match, otherwise the first card is flipped, and this is true. I like this. Then we have check for match, GitHub Copilot helping me out in the hackathon for sure. When we say check for match, so first selection exists already, then the second selection is the card, right? So we should be sending these two here. So first selection, this is first selection, this is second selection, right? So this should be first selection, which is of type iCard, and then second selection is also iCard. I'm going to remove this dot from all of those. This dot, this dot, this dot, and then this is also going to be gone. This, and this, right? And when we increase the score, we increase the score by 1. So this dot increases score, and I think we are good. So we click the card, then we change those. So here we are going to say something like, where do we have the ng4 running? Is that this guy? Yeah, it's that guy. So we say click, and then we say card clicked, and we pass the card, and that's it. Now we're gonna add a class here called class dot flipped. When we do a flipped card, then we show the card itself, and then we say card dot flipped, and then also we should have something like is flipped, and then we have class matched card dot is matched. So we do have those things there. All right, so we say flipped is, let's say flipped is background color gray, and matched is background color green, let's suppose. So this is fine with me. So now if I click this, it's gray, this, it's green. Good. So if I do this, and then let's say we have some other values as well. So in the round component, let's say we have a value that is a math dot random, something like this. I like this. So if I have this, then we have like a cat, but then if I match a dog, then both of them are flipped over. So if I match a dog with a cat, flipped over, dog and dog works fine, cat and cat works fine, dog and dog works fine, dog and cat doesn't work, dog. All right, one of the things that we need is, So we do card, and then we say if it's flipped, then do this. If it's smashed, then do this. And then we also say something like nth child 1 background color, or we say something like apply bg yellow. Similarly, we say something like to apply bg blue. Which is the bg blue? It's bg purple, right? Then we got 3, then we got bg pink, but then that only sets it for the first 3. The rest of them are not really following it. So nth, is it nth of type and child, and it's, so is it going to be n here? Then it's 2n, and then it's 3n. Kind of shorten this down, at least in terms of width and height. I do want the width to be a bit smaller, to be honest, maybe 24 pixel to look something like this. Yeah, this looks like much more easy to go, right? And also we have cursor pointer. We should also have hover, shadow, LG, something like this. This guy relative, so I can have the freedom of using an absolute right below. So this is going to be score, and then this is going to be not a text 2xl, but maybe text xl. Absolute, right 5, top 5, or 3, something like this. I'm not really sure if that should be the place, or left should be the place. What would be a good place? Or maybe center, I don't really know. Maybe center would be right 0, M auto, left 0, top 3, right 0, M auto. I mean, if I had to do this absolute, I would just do a width full and text center. So width full, actually I need top 3, left 0, and full, text center, something like that. Yeah, so we got the score here. All right, so if I keep adding a score, so we got this guy here, this guy, this guy, this guy. So we're good. So this is good that the color is confusing, so we are not always seeing the same colors. So yellow, and then this toggle, toggle. So we got the game of memory. You go, you check it out. We need to flip the cards. We need to have some random emojis. How do we get there? Let's take help from GitHub Copilot. So let's say we say generate random emoji, right? What we need to do is, I think we can pick some random emojis. Which emojis do you think we should be picking? So we should be picking grapes, right? I'm going to use the game service for this one. So let's say we go to our game service.ts. Here we should have like an array of data, something like that. So maybe use a constant of emojis. So let's see. So what we can do is we can add a constants folder, and here we can have something like emojis.ts. So const emojis equals, then we would have what? Still showing dogs to me, right? So we can probably pick like some of those, and then here we can have, I mean, we could also have like grapes and other stuff as well. Like for example, we could have grape. Here we could have like, apart from this one, we could have a rocket. We could also have like or tada or cake, right? So we have these emojis. So we can simply say export default emojis, or actually no, maybe just do export const emojis, right? Export const. And now what we can do here is that we can say generate random emojis array emojis. We also should have a count here. Then so we would have something like, we're going to create an array. We do need at least 2 of them, right? That is the issue. So if we don't have a pair in the end, no one is going to be able to score like the max score. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an array count.2. So I'm going to have at least half of those. So we do let, then we do this. So we get an array of half the count. Then we need to create another array, const emojis equals new array count 0 for now. Then what I want to do is I want to say array dot for each, and then we have got an emoji. And then what I want to do is exactly, yes, but I want to do this for every emoji like 2 times. So yeah, that. And then we return emojis. So we get random emojis with count, and then we go into round component, and here with the grid itself, cards itself. Oh, we're gonna have to create a card. Ooh, then we need to do something else. So this emojis or this cards is going to be the one, and then cards. Now this guy, the emoji itself, right? So this is going to be of, the card is going to be of type iCard of array, which means that we cannot assign it just like this. So we get value, emoji is flipped, true or false is matched. So round components, this guy, I'm not gonna use this by default. I'm gonna probably assign this with an empty array. But then here I can say this dot cards equals this dot game service. We don't have a game service here. Private game service, game service. Then we do game service dot get random emojis count. Count is going to be 20 as we discussed, right? So there should be a pair for every element which has happened. So I'm going to go back to the service itself. We are picking random emojis, which is count divided by 2. So we pick count divided by 2 random emojis, and then we push 2 of those, right? Anyway, so I'm gonna have to create this guy at least. So we say const target emoji equals to this, and then what we need to do is we need to say while not equals to undefined, yeah, that, and then I need to run this twice essentially. So that means if I run this twice, if it's not equals to define undefined, keep running this, try to find a random method, let rando equals to this. So we say rando or cards rando shuffle array, yeah, array iCard, and then so we're saying to push items twice and then shuffle the entire array, right? That means we just need to create a target emoji twice here, and then we just need to say cards dot push, and this needs to just be this guy target emoji. Return this a shuffle array cards. I mean like this. So if I refresh now, there we go, yay. So let's finalize this just to make sure we are good. This one, this guy. What just happened? Or we could also do something like cards. I mean, this looks okay, but we have that assigned, so not gonna change that. All right. So rocket, smiley guy, little smile, rocket, sweat, smile, this and this and that, heart eyes, this. Yay, let's go. All of them are green. And we also need to see increase score and then this dot check if game. So we do need to do this dot or check if game is finished, and then we need to just check. So we need to say this dot is finished card. If there's not even one card that is not matched, everyone is matched. Yeah, if every card is matched, then we finish it. This dot finish round, and then we also need to check. So maybe keep it simple and just, I think the problem with some is, or the better thing with some is, as soon as it finds something, it stops execution. But for every, I would have to check every one of those, right? So then how would every do it? Because every would have to check every particular element, right? If there are 20 elements, some just has to find one non-matching and it's done. But every has to check every item before it's done. So isn't some better in that case? But it stop if it doesn't match. That's nice. So double negation. We're gonna open this guy as well. Play. I'm gonna have to remove all of these breakpoints. They're troubling right now. All right, so we got score 0. Let's say this person went ahead and scored like grip 5 score. This person went ahead and scored 10 and then finalized everything. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. Here it is. Cake, smiley, grim, cake, this, rocket. Yay! So we end the game and then we see all the scores. Now the question is, why wasn't I involved in this one? That's weird. So create a new game, and then we need to just adjust the flip thing, right? So each card would have class card inner, right? And then here we have, or we could have something like, so we got card inner. So we got to have a front and a back for this. I'm going to remove this. So we need the card flipped on top not below. So I'm going to go and kind of change that. This ng4 remains up top. We don't need that here. Card remains up top. We don't need that here. And all of that doesn't matter. The card and the height and the width, they do matter. The shadow and everything else, that doesn't. That does not matter. Now that we got that, we got to give this class card inner, right? Or we call this front or back. And now this one or the above one, that's going to have a relative property, but then this one is going to have an absolute property by default, right? So we got a front, then we also got a back, and that doesn't have any value per se. So this one would have like just back being set there. All right, so let's join this lobby from this user as well. So we play the game, and then so we got back, right? So when we click back, we should see the other one around. So let's see. So the card by default, the card has a front, right? The front is flipped. So we have BG wide, border radius, blah, blah, blah. I don't know what, color black. Yeah, probably fine. So this looks like this back. So the front one shouldn't have any text, or the background at least should not be there. PG wide should not be there as well. You see this? When we say, and we should have this like as a transition 0.5s ease, right? And the back one would also have the same thing. But then let's say when we get either flipped or matched, then we do this, and this should be an add. Let's see, click. All right, now the thing is, we click this. If I click on the same one, it gives me points. So let's say if I click on this one, it says this, and we also need to set the z index of these ones as well. So the front one is going to have by default a z index of, let's say 10. The back one is going to have a z index of 20, but then this guy, the front would be 20 and the back one would be 10. So I flip this. So this one has z index 20, which is the front. This is not the front. This is, yeah, this is the front. And then this is the back one. Have I made a mistake? So the front is having an absolute flex items, blah, 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 right? PG purple and whatnot. So I'm going to actually remove. So end styles should also have the front and back both. So front, this also goes for front, back, front, back. And then if we are flipped, then we do not change anything. And if they're matched, then we also don't do anything. We do have the absolute on both of those, right? Yeah, we do. Oh, sad. That's why. Yay! So we have this guy, we got a score. This guy doesn't work. Alrighty. So then all I need to do is remove this from here. So we got a score. And also there was a logic that I mentioned that if I'm selecting the same thing, so the first selection dot value, so we need to do this, right? Doesn't happen. All right, so I think we got some good grip on this one. What do you think? The game ends when we want it to end. The game flows perfectly, right? Now I can't recall. Oh, I can recall. But second card doesn't flip if it's a match. Yeah, it doesn't flip. Should it be the case, or should it? It should flip. You're actually right. So that means if it's not a match, then we change it back, right? So the second selection, so you got to set a set sort of timeout here. First selection is flipped false, second selection is flipped false. The second selection, or actually this should be like in set timeout inside 1500 seconds, then they should do that. So check for match essentially sets this, but we're not setting the flip true, right? So the first selection dot slip, or we also need to do this dot second selection dot is flipped equals to true, and then we need to check the match. This here, this here, this here, this here. So I still see that this doesn't this is not at the center of the screen for some reason. So I got to check it out why. Like this is not the center of the screen. So the container itself is perhaps messing around. Container, relative, blah, blah, blah. Score is there. Flex wrap, item center, justify center, flex columns, item center. Really not sure why this would not be centered. Like look at this guy. So this is here. Then we have this. So we have, but it's also container. So it should be something like a margin auto, m auto. So inside the round component, we have maybe use with 12. Don't really know. Maybe use with 12. So 12 is good, I think. So we can start with that, or maybe not 12, but 14. All right. So now I think all we need to do is to deploy this and then make sure that this is running. So I'm going to commit the code now. We have like 56 files that have been changed. Wow. Wow. So I'm quickly going to deploy this. Let's finalize this. Let's hope everything is working as it should. So we're going to say NX build memory game and NX build API. So we built the app, looks good. Now can we do NX or deploy memory game? Can we do this? It's not deployable. How do we deploy this? NXJS, do we have something like a deploy somewhere? In the whole repository, do we have the word deploy anywhere? And we did have our API created into the this folder, right? Let's close this guy, close this, git commit, or gitmoji, finalize the game, kind of. Let's do a push. So we got dist API, and then we have the files. We just have a main.js file that we need to do. Is it using Prisma anywhere? Prisma service, Prisma service, Prisma client, Prisma service, Prisma client. So is it requiring everything and then defining those here as well? For example, can I go and just run this? If I go and say stop this guy, and then if I say node dist apps API main.js, is it going to start the server, connect with the database, and then listen to the port? It is. So this means my app should still be working. So if I say refresh, still works. What happens if I stop the server? Refresh, still works. I have the server stopped, but if I run this again, will it get my user this time? Yay, no errors. The users are being fetched. Let's go. Participating IDs. Why do I have different participating IDs? Whenever I join, it looks like it adds one more. So it's like 7 here now. If I refresh, is it going to add another one? No, it's not adding another one. If NestJS app.listen port, we gotta change. Yeah, it's already doing that. That's really nice. Bootstrap, blah, blah, blah. So we're gonna do something like package JSON, post all, start prod. That's it. Dist apps API/main. Then before we can run the start program, we need to run the pre-start prod command, which actually performs the build and creates our, yeah, that's a nice idea. So we should have a post install here. We might want to change this. I don't know. Maybe we might want to change this because I'm pushing right now all of the things to Heroku. So we got post install. Can we run build instead? Pre-start product. And then what do you do, Josh, in pre-start product? So maybe we shouldn't be, can we have Heroku ignore or something? So maybe we can have sort of a deployment folder that we can push to Heroku. Not really sure. All right, let's see. So first of all, we need to do the login. So we are logging in. All right, we are logged in. Then we do git remote add this. I think I only need to push like a folder, post install and npm run pre-start product. You can also do this by adding this into like npm run pre-start product, which essentially does pre-start product, pre-start prod, which should essentially just run nx build API. So pre-start prod should do that. Then we also need to set up a couple of things like Heroku config false, something like that. Then we also need to set node env equals to prod. Then we just run a proc file and then do this, create a proc file and then run npm run start prod, push your code, and then it's good. So git add, git commit, gitmoji. So we need like some environment variables for sure. So I'm going to quickly set those. Yes, I'm trying to finalize the code. Let's see if our application works. So we should see the logs here. Hopefully it will work. Hopefully. Build started by user. It's running here. It's installing the dependencies. Hopefully this will be able to run our application. Hopefully, I'm really hopeful. Once it's done, we need to deploy our application to this app. And then, so the app should be this, and that means that I should be able to just point to this. So memory game workspace. So env environment.prod.ts, which is inside API, not exactly API, but memory game source environments. Here, the API URL would be then this. Running browser bundles, so it's running the build. It's running for the front end right now because we have that in the Modal as well. So production true. Can I run NX run memory game deploy and see what happens? Hopefully this would work. Hopefully. Building memory game, generating bundles. Thank you. So we created the build. In that case, that's good. Released v6. I've just pushed it. I don't know what versions have been released, to be honest. Okay, should I even try the app? That would be dope if this is working. Oh, there we go. The NestJS thing is deployed, and now I can look at the front-end application as well. I needed to click, control click. Oh, come on. This is live. Damn. Wow. Wow. Is it working though? Is it working though? So if I try to change URL of getting all games, let's say if I change this to this, would I get all the games? Come on, this is working. Good, 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 good. That means my game should be working. Can I add a new game here? Let's go. Firebase login is working. We create a new game, and if that works, that means that our backend and frontend both are connected. And it doesn't. Oh, it was! Yes! Whoo! Nice. So I can join the game now, participants, and now I can quickly give this link to someone else as well. Let's say I go with this folk and then choose this lobby, but I would have to log in first. Okay. So I go to login first, then yes, please, and got to join this. And now I am in the lobby. And then I can start the game. And then, yes, absolutely awesome. The other one has 0, and I got 0. Good, good, good. Go to home. Go to home. Awesome. I am so hopeful with this one. So hopeful. All right. So select license. Select license. So we need to say GitHub, choose license. So we're going to choose a license. And they said Apache version 2. So we need to say choices. Apache, license 2, viewful Apache, suggest this. We're gonna say github.codewithahsan slash. So we're gonna suggest this repository and then we review. All right, so review and submit. 2022. So we get the license, we assign to it, and then essentially we merge it, and then we can get it back on our main file, git stash, git pull, git stash pop, git add, git moji c. So we just add documentation. Guys, we are good. We are almost done with everything. So add update documentation. Isn't there a license one as well? License. Let's just say added license. Push. All right. So awesome. So we got everything into the repository. We're gonna have some screenshots, but before that, let's see the template itself. So we have this template, MongoDB submission post. What we need to do is select your category and refer to MongoDB's documentation for each service you use as you build your application. Share your app's code in the repository in GitHub and include a README. Yes. Ensure that your application's code is licensed with Apache. Yes. All right. We need to now just publish the overview of the application, and that's going to be awesome. But first, we can quickly update the README itself. So we do have ng2048 README. I think I like this one, so I'm going to kind of copy from that. We're going to also add a couple of things like on our application itself, but I'm going to do that later. Got our readme. First of all, let's add the flashback. Where's the app now? Can we not have this image as the fav icon? Fav icon generator. Perfect on all browsers. I'm gonna open that. So I'm gonna take a screenshot of this guy. Flashback. Let's play flashback. So we're gonna save this as the meta, and the meta would be memory game workspace. So we got the meta here. We're gonna add the meta right into the description as well. So the meta would be what we just added: desktop, work, tutorials, memory game, apps, memory game, source, assets, meta. So we got a good meta, and we have a README that we can copy from. So let's quickly open that. So we are going to start with Flashback. Flashback, a game built for Mongo Atlas Hackathon. This is a memory game built for the MongoDB Atlas Hackathon. Hackathon players can create game lobbies and invite others using a link. They can simultaneously play the memory game, and whoever finishes first essentially wins, and the game quickly ends as someone finishes the game as a winner. Technologies, here's a screenshot. Here's a screenshot, and then we have image. Then I'm gonna paste this actually. So we got this going about. So here's a screenshot. Actually, we don't really need to say that, to be honest, but I can add it here. So this should be something like apps, memory, game, source, assets, blah, blah, meta.png, right? So there we go. All right. So we got that. The demo is itself at flashback.blah.blah.io. So demo is exactly here. We got this guy here, game URL. Demo is here. About the game. Should we do it like this? Game built with. The game is built using Angular, TypeScript, Tailwind CSS, NestJS, MongoDB, and Firebase. Also with a lot of love and hard work. Can be seen at either Twitch, which can be seen at either Twitch or YouTube, as all of this was streamed live. With all my efforts, frustration, and small wins. All right, let's put the links here. So Twitch is going to be https twitch TV/CodeWithAhsan. YouTube is going to be exactly the same. https youtube.com/CodeWithAhsan. Small wins. So then we got, then we don't need the meta PNG, right? Then I think all of the things that need to be done, deployment, the front end of the app is deployed to Firebase hosting, while the backend NestJS is deployed to Heroku. Try locally, we don't know that. All right, so now about me, I'm a software engineer working at Synchron and Google.
Alright, so I hope that you liked the video. If you did, press the thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel if you have not, and share this video with everyone, because I don't believe there is a lot of content out there on YouTube that is this high quality. So if you like it, please make sure to share it. Type in the comments what should I build next as the complete full stack application. And as always, stay healthy, take care of everyone, and happy coding.